Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was a Vigilante at UA? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. And here we go again. Izuku. No cursing. Sorry mom. I meant good morning. That's better, mom says, glaring at me. Over the past few years, I've developed a bad habit of saying what I'm thinking out loud. It started in 4th grade, I think? I didn't know many bad words back then, except for the ones Kaken used. So, when Kaken expanded his colorful vocabulary, I did too. My teachers were surprised, to say the least, because I was a good kid back then. They blamed Kaken for my sudden change, and I was taken out of school because my mom believed it would help me stop swearing. On the contrary, it made it worse. I discovered the internet at the age of 10, and not the bright side of it either. So here we are, 5 years later, and nothing has changed. I don't go to school, I don't see Kaken anymore, and I don't leave the house. The last one is my choice, though. I can't keep my mouth shut, so I tend to get in trouble. A lot. I'm working on it, I say innocently. You've been saying that for the last 5 years, and I still don't believe you. Can't blame me for trying. I shrug, heading to the door. Where do you think you're going? To go annoy some pro-heroes by doing their job better than they can, I say, putting on a mask. My mom stares at me for a second before giving me a small smile. Be back before dinner. Will do, I say, walking out the door. I lift myself to the tops of roofs with my quirk and start looking around for trouble. My quirk is a combination of my parents' abilities, telekinesis and fire breathing. I can do both and use them better than my parents could. My mom can draw small objects towards her, and my dad can breathe fire. For some reason, my quirks are stronger, and I have better control over them than they do. Let me give you an example. If my mom really put her mind to it, she could lift 2 small toys at the same time and move them around the room. I can do that too, with people and more than 2, may I add, don't ask me how I know. According to my mom, my dad could start a small campfire before coughing up smoke. I can set at least 3 buildings on fire again, don't ask me how I know. I continue my search for anything out of the ordinary when I spot the one and only Endeavor. Well, this should be fun, I grin before jumping off the building and landing right next to Endeavor. How's it going, NG? I say casually. The man doesn't even flinch. Darn villain, he grumbles. Last I checked, I was considered Japan's savior, I remind him, noticing a vein on his forehead. Admit it, NG, life without me would be boring, I tease, dodging a punch sent my way. Go to heck, he yells, sending a blast of fire at me. I roll to the side to dodge, then use telekinesis to toss dirt in his eyes. I can't help but smile at his desperate attempts to clear his vision. NG, it's been fun, but I gotta go, I announce, turning to leave when a huge explosion catches my attention. You've got to be kidding me, I groan, running toward the direction of the sound. I get closer and see a huge crowd of people surrounding where the fire and explosions are coming from. I lift myself to the closest building and land on the roof. From here, I can see everything. There's a strange dark green sludge surrounded by burning flames. As I look closer, I see a kid around my age being held hostage inside it. I lower myself to the ground next to the pro-heroes who are holding the crowd back but doing nothing to help. Aren't you guys going to do anything? I yell. They ignore me and continue to watch. Well, I insist. We're waiting for backup, our quirks aren't suited for this. That's nonsense, I say, running toward the sludge. With my telekinesis, I focus on the guy inside the sludge, rip him out, and throw him toward the heroes, praying they catch him. What the heck? The sludge yells. I take a breath and pull my mask down. Fire bursts out of my mouth, melting the villain into a slimy puddle. I find a plastic bottle and put it inside, saving the people and the planet at the same time. It's a win-win solution. The crowd bursts into cheers and applause. I nod my head toward them, then walk toward the so-called heroes. That's how you do it, I say, glaring at them. Our quirks aren't suited for this, my foot, I taunt. Their faces turn red as I just did their job for them illegally, technically, but that's not the point. I look around for the guy I saved and get a good look at him. Blonde hair, bad posture, red eyes, and a permanent scowl on his face. Well, this is interesting. Reckless kid, be careful next time, I say. Say that to my face, you j. I turn around and flip him off. Look at that, my middle finger likes you, I say before walking away. Izuku, what were you thinking? Hey mum, I reply, avoiding the question. Don't, hey mummy, you could have died, she yells. But I didn't, I say, taking off my mask. She crosses her arms and then shakes her head. Just promise me you'll try to be more careful. I sigh. I promise. Good, she says, turning toward the kitchen. I head upstairs to my room and lay on my bed. It was weird to see Kaken again after so many years, and the fact that he hasn't changed at all is hilarious. I bet he's going to try to get into UA. Wait, I haven't thought of UA in years. I could totally get in with my quirk. Wait, no, I can't. I use my quirk for vigilante work. They'd be bound to recognize it. I never gave up on wanting to be a hero, but the dream slowly faded away after a few years. Besides, I could be considered a hero now, right? I mean, I'm doing what I've always wanted to do. I'm saving people and becoming someone people can rely on. I guess a hero license would be nice, and I would be able to have the heroes off my back. I wonder if Kaken recognized me? As if he could remember me after 5 years. That thought saddens me, but maybe it would be better if he did. I get up and crawl out of my window to the roof, then head toward the city. This vigilante is really getting on my nerves. Sure, he does good and helps out whenever he can, but he's a real nuisance. We know nothing about him except for what we think is his quirk. I've met him a few times, and while I see nothing wrong with what he's doing, the fact that he makes heroes look bad makes him a potential threat. He seems to know everything about every hero, their quirks, their weaknesses, how to beat them, even their names. He calls Endeavor NG just to get under his skin. Everyone knows Endeavor's real name, but no one is brave enough to call him that except for this guy. I'm heading out, Aizawa, Tsukachi says as he walks past my office. I nod at him and then get up myself. I might as well go on patrol since I won't get any leads on the vigilante here. As usual, there's nothing but a bunch of petty thieves. After a few minutes of scaling the roofs, I see someone sitting on a roof, and it doesn't look good. I head toward him, getting a better look. He appears to be around 15 or 16, with bushy green hair and black roots. He's just sitting there, exhaling a cloud of smoke. So he's not smoking, I guess. But it's still not safe up here. Hey kid, what are you doing? I call out. He looks me up and down, then turns back around as if I weren't there. Nothing that concerns you, Aizawa, he replies casually, as if we're old friends. Aizawa? That's surprised. He straightens up, realizing what he just said, and shakes his head. Oh no, he whispers. He pulls something from his pocket and puts it on his face before standing up to face me. You caught me at a bad time, Aizawa, he says. You're creeping me out with the Aizawa thing, I reply. He stares at me for a moment. I don't think I ever told you my name. You also never told me how you knew mine. Ignoring my question, he says, there's no time like the present. You can call me Deku for now. I'm getting tired of NG calling me that villain, he says, imitating Endeavor, then bursts into laughter. After a moment, he looks up at me. Consider yourself lucky, Aizawa. Not only are you the first to know my name, but you're also the first to get close to capturing me. He grins. Oh no, it's him. The guy I've been hunting for months is right here in front of me. I start to walk toward him when he blows smoke in my eyes. I instinctively rub my eyes, trying to clear them. Ah, that was a bit much, he mumbles before I hear him run away. I reach into my pocket and pull out eye drops. Deku, was it? I mumble. That was way too close. I feel a bit guilty about the smoke, but he should have worn his goggles. All I can do now is hope he didn't get a good look at my face in the dark. I make it back home and climb back through my window. Was what I did to Aizawa self-defense? Most of the time when I get into fights, it's in self-defense, like with NG today. If what happened with Aizawa wasn't self-defense, then the only crime I've ever committed is blowing smoke into a man's eyes. Speaking of smoke, I start coughing it up. What I did today to save Kaken pushed my limits. Even though my quirks are strong, extending them too far comes with painful drawbacks. Sure, I can set 3 buildings on fire. We don't talk about how I know that, but attacking a person with fire for an extended PRD is challenging. Setting a building on fire is easy. All you have to do is start a small fire, and the whole thing goes up in flames. Back to the drawbacks. If I use my fire breathing too much, I cough up smoke, and then I cough from the smoke, which is a whole ordeal I try to avoid. My telekinesis, on the other hand, gives me a migraine, but I'm used to it now, so I can use it longer than I could a few months ago before my head starts to really hurt. I keep coughing for a little longer before Mom hears me and runs upstairs. Izuku, are you okay? She asks. Cough, yeah, just give me a minute, I reply. Let's get you out of this room. It's full of smoke, she says, guiding me to the door and outside. I continue coughing for another 10 minutes before I slowly start to feel better. Feel better now? Musks. Yeah, I reply. That was worse than last time. Well, I used it more to take out that slime creature, I sigh. Still, it shouldn't have been that bad. It was never like this for your father. I'll be more careful next time, okay? I reassure her. All right, she says, clearly not convinced. I heard you ran into that vigilante last night. Yamahata says as he walks into my office. Yeah, I reply, not looking up from my computer screen. The room goes silent. Aren't you going to tell me about him? He asks, taking a seat next to me. I sigh and look away from the screen. What's there to say? He gapes at me. Come on, man. I've never met him before. You've got to tell me something, he insists. I met him by accident. He was on a roof, and I thought he was smoking. He told me his name and then blew smoke in my eyes before running off. I say, turning back to the computer. Like his real name or code name? He asks, excitement evident in his voice. Code. The room falls silent again. Well, what is it? He yells. Quit yelling. It's Deku apparently, I say, unplugging my ears. Deku? Yeah. You're sure? Positive. He sighs and leans back in his chair. What a strange name. Based on what I've heard about him, I would say he was anything but a Deku. There's probably some backstory to it, I say, ending the topic. Did you ever get your eyes checked? He asks. Nah, the burning went away after a minute. He goes quiet once more before questioning me again. What do you think about him? You're just full of questions today, I grumble. Well, he's interesting to say the least. He's not doing anything wrong besides using his quirk without a license, and it seems like he has good intentions. I think back to last night. Before I approached Deku, I thought he was a teenager. I jump out of my seat, surprising Yamahata and making him fall out of his chair. He looks up at me. What? He asks. When I first saw Deku, I thought he was a teenager. But then when he saw me, he put his mask on and I forgot. But that could mean that he's just a teenager. I say, piecing everything together. Yamahata stares at me a little longer. Holy cow. I gotta tell Nizu about this. Yeah, you do. I grab him by the ear. You're coming with me. What? No, let me go. Beep 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 beep. I use my telekinesis to send the alarm clock crashing against the wall. I hate mornings. I check my phone and see the time. Never mind, I hate afternoons. I set my phone aside and get up from my bed. I rub the sleep out of my eyes and look around my room, which is covered in gray ash. Ugh, and I just cleaned a few days ago. There, good as new, I say, surveying my now clean room. I should go out and patrol for a bit. I have nothing else to do anyway. I find my costume and mask. I haven't been wearing the outfit lately because I've been lazy and didn't want to put it on, but I worked hard to make it, so I can't let those countless hours go to waste. It's a black suit with red cuffs, white stripes, and the sleeves are cut short so they don't catch on fire. My mask is black and covers the bottom half of my face, and my shoes are bright red with black laces. I put on my suit and hop out of my window. All I wanted was to go on patrol, and this is what I get instead? Stop, Deku! Aizawa yells a few feet behind me. Yeah, I think I'll pass. Thanks for the offer, though. I yell over my shoulder. We continue this game of chase for a little longer before I use my telekinesis to lift myself up to the roofs. When I get there, I see present Mike. Well, this is unexpected, I say. He laughs. Good to see you too, Deku. He starts running toward me, and when he gets close enough, I blow a wall of smoke at him. He falls to the ground, coughing. As I said before, not my fault. He came to me, and that's what he gets. When I turn around, Aizawa is there, blocking my escape. Well, aren't you two the Wonder Duo? I grumble. He captures me in his scarf. Don't call us that. Well, if it ticks you off so much, I'll continue it, I smile. Shut up. Life is short, old man. Smile while you still have teeth. You do know that I just arrested you? Did you, though? Looks like it. Whatever floats your boat, I shrug. So let me get this straight. You guys want me to go to UA and be in the hero course in Class 1A? The rat nods and sips his tea. Precisely. Wow, that's an offer thousands would do anything for, I say. The rat nods. Any other options? I ask. Aizawa narrows his eyes. You just said it yourself, this is something thousands of people want, and here you are asking for another option. Don't get me wrong, guys. I'm grateful for the offer, but in case you couldn't tell, I'm not good with people. Plus, I haven't been in school since I was around 9 or 10, I say, leaning back in my chair. Why? He asks. Believe it or not, I was a decent kid when I was younger, but my mom and teachers considered my best friend a bad influence, so my mom pulled me out. So? She could have just moved you to another school, right? I laugh. You'd think so, wouldn't you? But nothing really changed. I had quite the colorful vocabulary. So you've been swearing since you were 10? One of my best achievements, I grin. The rat stares at me for a second, then says, how about this? If things really aren't working out for you in the hero class, I'll let you take the hero license exam. You have a deal, I say without hesitation. Great to hear it. I get up and head toward the door before I stop and turn toward the rat again. I can still do my vigilante work, right? I don't see why not. Would it be possible for you to tell the heroes, specifically Endeavor, to leave me alone? I'll see what I can do. I nod and walk out, Aizawa following me. I look at him. This is where we part ways, I say. No, it's not. I need to tell your parent or guardian about this. I can tell her. Nope. Fine, whatever. She probably wouldn't believe me anyway. Well, this is it, I say, opening the door. Aizawa follows me in, looking around. Mom. I call out. I'll be there in a second, she yells. I walk into the kitchen with Aizawa on my tail. After a minute, she walks in. So how was patrol, Aizu? She starts before she sees Aizawa. She looks at me, then at Aizawa, her face paling slightly. Izuku, who is this? She asks. Calm down, it's fine. I'm not in trouble, I say, taking a seat at the table. I haven't forgiven you for the smoke trick you pulled, Aizawa says from behind me. Shut up. Aizawa sighs and walks over to my mom, extending his hand. So you're Midoriya's mother, correct? He asks. Yes, she answers, ignoring his hand. Your son has been offered a place at UA High School, specifically in the hero course, Aizawa says, awkwardly retracting his hand. Mom looks at me in disbelief, and I wink in response. But what about? Aizawa cuts her off. We are well aware of his vocabulary and the fact that he hasn't been in school for about 5 years, but we see potential in him as a hero all the same. And I can still do my vigilante work. It's a win-win, I add. Her face breaks into a smile. It's about time he got out of this house. You're the one keeping me in it. What's with the big door? I ask. Language, Midoriya. No, seriously. Are you keeping monsters in here or something? Aizawa rolls his eyes. Just wait out here until I call you in. Heads up, school started for them 2 weeks ago. Wait, what? He ignores me and walks inside. All right, everyone be quiet and get in your seats, I say. Once everyone is seated, I continue. We have a new student coming in today. I'm warning you now that he hasn't been around people his age in 5 years and has an interesting vocabulary. I turn to the door. You can come in now. Midoriya walks in, glaring at me. I heard that, he says. I was hoping you would. He rolls his eyes and turns to the class, looking at all of them before his gaze lands on a certain sleeping blonde. He smiles and walks over to him, standing in front of his desk. I grin and walk over to his desk, the one and only Bakugo Katsuki, sleeping during my not-so-grand entrance. I give him a light smack on the head. Wake up! The class pales, but I don't care. I've been waiting for this moment for 5 years. He looks up, annoyed. He stops and stares at me for a second before a huge grin appears on his face. No way, he exclaims, getting up and pulling me into a hug. He pauses, breaks out of the hug and looks at me. What are you doing here? He asks. I missed you too, I reply. Ahem, I turn and see Aizawa looking annoyed. As touching as this reunion is, do you mind introducing yourself to the class and explaining why you're here? I walk back to the front of the class and stand next to Aizawa. Hi, I'm Midoriya Izuku, and I'm here because I got recommended by the principal. Aizawa elbows me. Oh. Quit playing around. Fine. Have any of you heard about the Vigilante who picks fights with heroes and saves people at the same time? Practically the whole class nods. All of you? I ask. They nod again. Wow, I turn to Aizawa. I thought only a few people knew about me. What? The class yells. Everyone calm down, Aizawa says to the class. It's true, Midoriya here is the Vigilante known as Deku. The reason he's here is that he got caught by yours truly. He hasn't done anything wrong besides using his quirk without a license. The class's jaws drop. Technically, it was self-defense, I add. Sure. I'm serious. Aizawa raises an eyebrow and then sighs. We can talk about it later, just take a seat. I smile and take a seat behind Kaken. He looks over his shoulder and grins. Aizawa stares at us. Literally anywhere but there would have been great. You said it yourself, I haven't been in school for 5 years, and Kaken here is the only person I know and feel comfortable around, I say, shrugging. As long as you two don't cause any trouble, I'll allow it. When Aizawa turns around and wraps himself in a sleeping bag, Kaken turns in his chair to face me. Don't make promises you can't keep, nerd. Right back at you, Kaken. I can keep my promises, Kaken says. Name one promise you kept, I ask sarcastically. He turns to face the front again. I've been staying out of trouble, he says, not looking at me. I stare at the back of his head for a second. I'm glad you took my words to heart, I joke. Oh, shut up. I notice the rest of the class staring at us. I don't bite, I say. A blue-haired kid with robotic arms walks over and holds out his hand. Tenya Ida, it's a pleasure to meet you, he says. I slowly grab his hand and he shakes it. After that, other members of the class come up and introduce themselves. Then the questions begin. Are you really that vigilante? Yes. Why did you become a vigilante? Had nothing better to do. What's your quirk? Confidential. What? The room goes quiet. I sigh. No offense, but I don't like telling people I just met what my quirk is. For all I know, one of you could be a villain or something. I guess that makes sense. If it makes you feel any better, the principal doesn't even know, I say. Really? He's like the smartest person in Japan. How? I'm just awesome. They stare at me blankly. I laugh. You'll get used to it. Swearing isn't something a hero in training should be proud of. You and Bakugo need to fix that habit immediately, Sonic says. I act like I'm in deep concentration. I'm trying to see things from your point of view, but I can't stick my head that far up my own. Sonic's face turns red. I stand up and pat him on the shoulder. Don't take it personally. I do hope we can become good friends, I say. He nods his head like a robot. But I gotta tell you, your lack of swearing makes me uncomfortable. The class laughs. All right, quit it, Midoriya, Aizawa says. I pat Sonic's shoulder again and sit in my seat. This isn't so bad. The bell rings and the class gets up and walks toward the door. Midoriya, you stay. See ya, Deku, Kaken calls as he walks out the door. I glare at the smile on his face. What do you need, Aizawa? Don't pick on Ida too much, he's a good kid. I shrug. I know, But if that guy gets upset over a few cuss words, then he's not ready for the real world. Aizawa's lip twitches. That's not all I wanted to tell you though. We're going to the USJ tomorrow for some hero training, so make sure to get your hero costume from the support course. Universal Studios Japan? I knew this school had some cash, but that's crazy. No, not Universal Studios Japan. You're going to have to wait and see. Well, if that's all, then I'll be on my way, I say. As I'm just about to walk out the door, he says, I can tell that the kids like you. They need someone who's down to earth and doesn't have their head filled with fake fantasies. If you could help them. They don't know what it's like to be out there risking your life to save people. They're bound to say stupid stuff in front of you. Just be patient, I guess. All right, I say, walking out. I'm home, Mom. I call out, taking my shoes off. How was school? She yells back. I walk into the kitchen and find her cooking dinner. I didn't mind it. The class doesn't seem too bad, I say, taking a seat at the table. Make any friends? She asks, still cooking. I reunited with an old one, I say with a small smile. She stops what she's doing and slowly turns to face me. No. Yes. Are you serious? Would I lie about this? He's in the hero course? Yep, hasn't changed a bit either. She doesn't say anything and goes back to cooking. I sigh. If anything, Mom, I'd say that this time, I'm going to be the bad example. She responds with a non-committal, He's not a bad person, Mom. I know, she sighs. I get up and head upstairs to my room. She's never explained why she doesn't like me being friends with Katsuki, but I can guess. It's because he turned her sweet, kind angel into what you see today. I know she loves me, but I also know she wishes I had never changed. She wishes I didn't do vigilante work, but when she sees how happy it makes me, she lets it slide. She wishes I didn't swear as much. She prays that I'll make new friends. She wonders if things would be different if my dad were here. She wants her old son back. And I can't bring him back. All right, Midoriya says before walking out. Did I say too much? Based on what I know about Midoriya and the way he acts, he thinks he's a bad example, someone a bunch of kids in the hero course shouldn't be around. I think he's the opposite. What he said earlier about Ida is true, and most kids in the class probably think the same, that heroes shouldn't swear so openly. However, a lot of pros do, not in interviews or anything, but in fights and such. I can't tell you how many times I've heard All Might let something slip during a fight. Midoriya and Bakugo probably learned a while ago that heroes aren't perfect. I sigh and grab a few papers off my desk before walking out of the room. I enter my house and head toward the couch, staring at the ceiling. I just can't figure him out. He's a good kid, that much I'm sure of. But he's like a puzzle with a million pieces. I hate puzzles. I don't even know what the kid's quirk is. I just met you guys, and no offense, but I don't like telling people I just met what my quirk is. For all I know, one of you could be a villain or something. That's the thing, he doesn't let his guard down. He acts carefree, like he doesn't have a problem in the world. But I can tell there's something bugging him. What is it? No clue. Just to be clear, Midoriya is overthinking things. Inko's a good mom in the manga anime, and she will be a good mom in this story. She just worries. Also, Inko doesn't dislike Bakugo, she's just concerned about her son hanging out with him. She wants him to meet new people. Anyway, I hope you're enjoying the story. Plus Ultra. I am currently bored out of my mind on my way to the Imitation Universal Studios Japan. Everyone else is excited about their new costumes, but mine is the same. Which works out just fine for me, but I can tell the people in the support course messed with it. It's not like I plan on wearing it all the time. If there was an emergency, I'm not going to worry about what I'm wearing. Unless in the future I need a support item, then I guess I'm just going to have to wear them 24. Midoriya? I look next to me to see the girl with the frog quirk. Yes. I always speak what's on my mind, so I would like to ask you something. This should be interesting. Sure. Based on videos I've seen on the internet, is it true that you have 2 quirks? The whole bus goes silent. There are videos of me on the internet? I ask. An uproar starts with people yelling. Don't avoid the question. That's not the problem here. Do you actually have 2 quirks? I roll my eyes as they continue with the questions. They keep yelling for another minute before Aizawa tells them to be quiet. Am I avoiding the question? Yes, I am. I know they're going to find out eventually, but for now, I'd rather have them stay awake at night thinking about it. For the rest of the ride, they stare at me. The only one who doesn't bother is Kaken. He already knows what my quirks are, and I'm proud to say that he's a bit envious of them, or just the fact that I have two while he doesn't. When we get there, I hop off the bus and follow the rest of the class inside. So, I take it this isn't Universal Studios Japan? I say, looking around. Aizawa rolls his eyes. It's 13. Uraraka whispers excitedly. No way, really? She points her out to me. Do you like her? I ask. She's amazing. I love her work. She smiles, her enthusiasm radiating. I always thought 13 was a strange name for someone dressed as an astronaut. 13 starts explaining something, but I'm not paying attention. I'm more focused on the large portal that just appeared. Whoa, they even have fake villains. What world do you live in where fake villains come out of a big portal with weapons? I ask. This is not the time for your sarcasm, Midoriya. Aizawa says, getting into a fighting position. If you don't want a sarcastic response, then don't say something silly, I reply, also getting into a fighting stance. Aizawa looks at me. What do you think you're doing? I pull my mask over my face. Helping. Stay here with the class. Make me. Hello, students of UA. We are here for one thing and one thing only, All Might, a man covered in hands announces. I drop my fighting stance a little. I'm sorry, what? He turns to me. What do you mean, what? I stare at him. Why would you think All Might was here? The arena goes quiet. Next to me, Aizawa whispers, he was hired as a teacher for UA this year. I stare at him in disbelief. You hired All Might? I whisper back. I've never been a huge fan of his, but since he's the symbol of peace, I've never tried to confront him. The thought of fighting him is intimidating. I could throw everything I have at him and he'd just smile. That smile can be unsettling. When I think of All Might, a teacher is the last thing that comes to mind. As far as I know, he doesn't even have a teaching license or anything teachers need. If anything, he sets a questionable example by encouraging kids to push past their limits. Been there, done that. It's not pretty. The guy with hands starts scratching his neck, and a figure shrouded in purple mist appears next to him. They exchange a few words before a purple portal opens beneath me and some of the other students. Before I know it, I'm free falling toward the water. Using my telekinesis, I stop myself just before hitting the surface. I glance around and spot a boat nearby. How convenient. I check to see if anyone else was sent here and see Mineta and Tsu heading toward the boat. I lift them out of the water and toward the boat with my telekinesis. They stare at me with wide eyes as we land on the deck. Was that your quirk, Midoriya? Tsu asks. Yeah, I reply, unsure how that's relevant to our current situation. Mineta starts to panic and I awkwardly pat him on the back, my way of saying it's going to be all right. He looks at me in disbelief. He may be a bit of a nuisance, but I understand, this is scary even for me. None of us knew we were going to be attacked by villains today. We should get off this boat, I suggest. They both nod. I use my telekinesis to lift the three of us off the boat and onto the shore. It takes me a moment to realize we've landed very close to a man with a hand on his face and a strange bird-like creature. That's unsettling. The other two duck behind a rock, but I can't take my eyes off the man. He looks familiar, but not in a good way. It's like I've encountered him before, and I didn't like him then. I can't quite place it. Hey you! I call out. He turns to face me. Would you mind taking that hand off your face for a moment? He remains silent. It's rude to ignore someone, I repeat. Quiet, he snaps, keeping his hand in place. Wait, Shigaraki Tamura? Never mind, I've never met him, but as a vigilante, I've gathered information from many sources. The people who helped me wouldn't stop talking about this new group forming, the League of Villains. In my opinion, the name isn't very creative, but who am I to judge? I'm pretty sure this man is Shigaraki. How do I know this? Because people always describe the leader of the League of Villains as someone who desperately needs lip balm, and this guy fits that description perfectly. Shigaraki, right? I ask, trying to see his eyes past the fingers. How did you? You know, I didn't actually think you were a real person or that I would ever have the pleasure of meeting you, but hey, small world, am I right? I interrupt. He glares at me. Nomu, bring him to me. The Nomu starts charging toward me. That's not good. Crap, now I need a plan. I don't even know what this creature is capable of, aside from giving me nightmares. I start dodging its attacks. At first, its movements are slow, but soon they become quicker and harder to avoid. After a few minutes of dodging, I come up with an idea. I back away, take a deep breath, and unleash a stream of fire at the Nomu. I hear Shigaraki laugh. Nomu has regeneration. It's as strong as All Might. There's no way your pathetic flames will defeat him. What he doesn't realize is that I'm not just randomly breathing fire at this creature. No, I'm aiming for the most vulnerable spot, the brain. My throat starts to burn, but I'm not giving up yet. Do you see what I mean? I haven't even had a class with All Might yet, and he's already setting a bad example for me. The Nomu starts screaming, a sound that will undoubtedly haunt me forever, because it sounds almost human. I'm tempted to stop, but if this thing was once human, I doubt it wants to be Shigaraki's puppet. Eventually, the Nomu collapses to the ground, and I stop the flames. Shigaraki has gone back to scratching his neck and mumbling something about a cheater. Before I can celebrate my victory, I start coughing uncontrollably. Smoke pours from my mouth and nose. I can't breathe. I hear shouting, but it sounds distant. How do you breathe again? This will make for one wild story to tell my kids if I ever have any. I doubt it though. Wow, I'm dying, and instead of thinking about my mom, I'm joking about telling my non-existent kids about my near-death experience. At least I hope it's a near-death experience. Bakugo. Long story short, I fell through a hole and ended up stuck with shitty hair in a building full of villains. We took them down and went to look for the others. That's when I saw Deku. He was unleashing fire at a bird-like mutant. It went on for a few minutes, and it reminded me of when we were younger. When he first got his quirk, we were playing outside when smoke started coming out of his mouth. Instead of being excited like I was, he freaked out and ran to his mom. When he found her, he started coughing out fire. I thought it was awesome, but he burst into tears. Later that week, he got his telekinesis, and he took that realization much better. I was proud to say that we were friends. I got my quirk a month later and was constantly told that I was going to be a great hero someday. No one ever told Deku that, probably because he was always coughing up smoke and setting off the fire alarms. That didn't stop me from being friends with him. We were going to be a team, the best heroes anyone had ever seen. That was until his mom pulled him out of school 2 years later, and all contact I had with him was gone. Whenever I asked my mom about Deku, she'd say that he and his mom were out of town. But I waited anyway 5 years. I waited 5 years to see him again, to see my best friend again. And here he is, risking his life to save others. Our parents and teachers blamed me for his changes, but he never did. Well, his goals never changed. He wants to be someone people can rely on, someone who makes others feel safe. I, on the other hand, want to be number one and surpass All Might. We have very different goals. I had zoned out a bit, but I was brought back to the present by screams. I focused back on the fight and saw the creature falling to its knees, letting out a horrible cry. I looked at Deku, who had a look of terror on his face. "That's disgusting," I whispered, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw a hair nod in agreement. The creature stopped screaming, and Deku stood a few feet away from it, panting, smoke coming from his mouth and nose. He stood still for a minute before doubling over, coughing and gasping for air. "Deku!" I yelled, starting to run toward him. He looked in my direction before his eyes rolled back, and he passed out. I caught him just before he hit the ground. Smoke continued to pour from his nose and mouth. I picked him up and started running toward the entrance when Mist Man appeared in front of me, blocking my way. "Move it!" I shouted. "You can't take him away," a voice said behind me. I turned around and saw a guy covered in hands scratching his neck and looking at me with wild red eyes. He cheated, he's going to pay for what he's done, he continued. Crap, what now? I glared at the hand-covered guy. He's not going to pay for anything. Quite a temper you've got there, hero, he taunted. That's when the gunshots started, and the hand-covered guy fell to the ground. I looked toward the entrance and saw a group of pro-heroes, including All Might. Instead of celebrating like the others, I stared at them. Still carrying Deku, I walked up to the heroes. Took you long enough, I said in annoyance. Bakugo, they saved us. You should show them more respect. Sonic said. I turned to face him. What are you talking about? Deku saved us. While these guys were taking their sweet time getting here, Deku was out there risking his life for us. I raged. I walked out of the USJ with Deku to see the cops and an ambulance. I ran toward the ambulance. They put Deku on a stretcher and into the vehicle. I watched as they took him away. Slowly, I reached into one of my pockets and pulled out my phone. I checked for a signal, then dialed the number Deku had given me recently in case of emergencies. The phone rang a few times before she answered. Hello. Hey, Inko, I said quietly. You better be okay, Izuku. That brat. I yelled, throwing a bar stool. Don't take your anger out on furniture, Tamura, the TV said. Sorry, sensei, I grumbled. He ruined everything. And that angry friend of his. He cheated. He can't get away with that. There's no way that Nomu could have been defeated by a teenager. I'll get my revenge. Just you wait. I decided to change things up a bit for this chapter and try some new points of view. But I want to clarify that I'm not going to make this story one of those fanfics where it's Midoriya and Bakugo against the class. Instead, they're going to slowly open the class's eyes to the real world. Also, this is not a Bakudeku story. I've never written one before, and I don't plan on starting now since it wouldn't fit the story. They're more like brothers in a way. I hope you're enjoying the story so far. Plus Ultra. Here we go again. I open my eyes. Guess who got themselves in the hospital? This guy. I sat up and looked around. This looked more like a classroom than a hospital. The only difference was some eye charts, cupboards, beds, and an old lady with a cane. You're awake, she said. Yay. I mumbled. I've never been a fan of hospitals. They have overly nice doctors and needles. She gave me a look before turning and grabbing a clipboard. I'm sure you're aware that you overused your quirk at the USJ. No kidding. And because of that, you got second-degree burns on your throat. Huh. She looked up from her clipboard. Don't worry, dear, it should heal in about 2 weeks, but it may leave a scar. A scar? I groaned and plopped down on the bed dramatically. When can I leave? I asked, staring at the ceiling. I want you to stay here another day just in case. In case of what? I grumbled. I started coughing. Case of that, she replied. This is a guess. You've got a visitor. I turned toward the old lady inside. I could only guess who it was. Let him in. She nodded and walked to the door to reveal a fuming Kaken. You idiot. Nice to see you too, I replied, staring at the ceiling. He marched over to the bed, glaring daggers at me. You're an idiot. You're in a hole. I'm not the one in a hospital bed. Touché, I sighed. He rolled his eyes and sat down in the chair next to me. After a few minutes of silence, he spoke up. Don't do that again, he mumbled, avoiding eye contact with me. I laughed. Seriously, that was stupid, he said, not looking at me. Sorry, I repeated. He glanced at me. How's your throat? He asked. It's all right, I guess. It might scar, though. You'll match icy hot. Don't remind me. We talked, yelled at each other for a little longer before he got up. See you tomorrow, nerd. Yeah. He started heading to the door. Hey, did you call her? I asked. Your mom? Yeah, she visited you while you were still out, he said. I nodded in response as he opened the door. She said she'd come visit you again later. I couldn't shake the feeling of dread. I would have to face that situation when it came. You're free to leave, but be careful and don't talk too much, the nurse instructed. Yeah, I got it, I replied, getting off the bed and stretching. And no using your quirk. What? I exclaimed, only to be met with a fit of coughing. You can't use it for about a month, she said with a nod. A month? I repeated in disbelief. If you do, you'll cause even more damage to your throat, and it could lead to losing your voice. I nodded silently, then changed into the uniform she had prepared for me before heading to class. As I entered the classroom, I remarked, "Big door, we meet again." All eyes turned to me. "Is there something on my face?" I asked. "Nope, just your neck," Kaken replied with a grin. "Jive," I muttered. "Love you too," he shot back. The class continued to stare at us as I took my seat behind Katsuki. Aizawa walked in a few minutes later. "Oh, back already, Midoriya? You bet. Did you miss me?" He ignored my question and addressed the class. "Next week is the sports festival, so take some time this week to train your quirks. Because of what happened at the USJ, the world is watching you, so don't be surprised by the change in attitude from the other students." "Great, we almost died, and now everyone's jealous of us," I mumbled, and those around me nodded in sad agreement. "School's over." I cheered as the bell rang. A few classmates approached my desk. "Hey, Midoriya, do you and Bakugo want to come train with us?" one of them asked. I stood up. "Sorry, I can't. I have to walk my unicorn." "Oh, that's okay, wait, what?" they exclaimed as I walked out the door. "What kind of excuse was that?" Kaken asked, setting his bag down as we entered his room. "Just a random thought," I shrugged. "You do realize the sports festival is next week?" "Yep," I replied. "So you're just going to use your telekinesis?" I turned to face him. "As much as I would like to show off my fire, I actually care about my voice, Kaken. I want to beat you at your best, not when you're holding back." "Kaken, that's not holding back," I said. He glared at the floor. "I wasn't even going to use my fire quirk when we most likely fight," I sighed. "Why not?" I shrugged. "I see no reason to use fire against fire, it's pointless." He thought about it for a moment before nodding in agreement. I lay back on his bed. "Still as though," I mumbled. "Yeah." We sat in silence for a minute. "Ugh, this is boring." I yelled at the ceiling. Kaken rolled his eyes. "Can't we do something?" I groaned. "Like what?" "Anything, literally anything." An evil grin slowly appeared on his face. "No, I know what you're thinking, and the answer is no." "You said anything." "Yeah, okay, anything but that." He yanked me off the bed. "Come on," he yelled, dragging me out the door. "Ha, this brings back memories," he said. "I hate you." "Shut up, you know you missed this." "Nope." "What else are we going to do, JRK?" "Take my unicorn for a walk," I replied. He laughed and then dragged me into the arcade. Katsuki used to bring me here against my will all the time when we were younger because it was one of the few things he could beat me at. That's not why I dislike it, though. The noise, the lights, the crowds, the smell. Did I mention the people? "Come on, Izuku." I stopped in my tracks. "Since when do you call me Izuku? Got a problem with it?" "Not really, Katsuki," I said. "Whatever, come on." I followed him to the game I dreaded the most, whack-a-mole. I may not look like it, but I have a heart, and beating up innocent moles goes against my beliefs. Katsuki took advantage of that. "All right, you ready?" he said, putting in the tokens. "Hell no." The game started, and Katsuki, like the maniac he was, began hitting every mole that dared to pop its head up. I was surprised the game was still intact. I, on the other hand, didn't bother with the mallet and tapped them gently when they appeared. Take note of the sarcasm. In the end, Katsuki's game was miraculously still working, while I managed to protect the moles in my game from harm. A huge grin appeared on Katsuki's face as he compared our scores. "Would you look at that? I won," he said in mock surprise. "Shocker. Let's go find something else I'll beat you at." I rolled my eyes. "You owe me," I said, dragging my feet after him. "Yeah, whatever." "We're never doing this again," I said as we stepped back into the peaceful world outside the arcade. "Shut up, you had fun." "Yeah, losing 35 times is so much fun." He nudged me with his elbow. I smacked him on the shoulder. "I'll get my revenge at the sports festival," I declared. Ha! As if you could beat me, he laughs. I trip him with my foot, and he falls flat on his face. Forget beating you in the sports festival, I got all the revenge I need now. I chuckle. He gets up, glaring at me. You're going to pay for that. I continue laughing until I start coughing. You're an idiot, he grumbles. Why yeah, cough, but whose cough, the one that just kissed the ground? I retort. He flips me off. Are you staying the night here or going back? Katsuki asks as we enter his house. I'll stay here, I reply, heading over to the couch. You can't avoid Inko forever. I'm not avoiding her. Right? He says, sitting next to me. Is there anything wrong with a guy hiding from his mother? Because he knows she'll most likely ground him for life? I see no problem. If anything, I'm avoiding consequences, not my mom. Wanna watch the sports festival from last year? Katsuki asks, reaching for the remote. Sure. Tomorrow's the sports festival, so all of you better be prepared. You're dismissed, Aizawa says. I get up from my seat and stretch. So the sports festival is tomorrow, huh? Guys? We have company. I turn and see the class standing in front of the door. I push my way through until I reach the door, only to be met with more people crowded in front of it, blocking our way. Ah, did you guys leave class early to visit us? I ask. All eyes turn to me, and not in a friendly way, more like glaring daggers into my soul. We came to see what the great Class 1A looks like, a kid with purple hair and dark circles under his eyes says. Well? I ask, amused. Everyone in this class earned their spot here and worked hard for it. Great examples of this are Kirishima, Katsuki, Siro, and believe it or not, Mineta. As soon as I saw that guy, I looked at his file to see how he managed to get into Class 1A. Ibags glances at the rest of the class and then back at me. I think you guys are just big talk. We get attacked by real villains, watch our teacher get the worst of it, almost die, and all you care about is that we're all over the news and wish you were us. Well, everyone behind me deserves to be in this class and worked hard to get here. They aren't here because they got lucky with their quirks. They're here because they have a goal they hope to accomplish, I say. The crowd stays silent. I sigh and point at Katsuki. Bakugo Katsuki, he scored highest in the entrance exam. His goal is to be the #1 hero. Because he wants to surpass All Might himself and prove that he's the best there ever was. I then point at Uraraka. Uraraka Ochako, she's the nicest person I've ever met. Wanna know why she wants to be a hero? No one says a word. Simple, to support her family. This causes an uproar from the crowd and the rest of the class. I can hear crying behind me, no doubt it's Uraraka. Shut it, I'm not finished. I yell. The crowd quiets down again. As I was saying, the nicest person I've ever met wants to be a hero for her family, not for her own selfish gain. I continue my speech, pointing at a few other members of the class. Ida Tenya, to follow in his family's footsteps. Jiro Kyoka, to make her parents proud. Kirishima Ejiro, to be like his hero, the Crimson Riot. Kaminari Denki, so people will stop looking down on him. Momo Yaoyorozu, to help others. Mina Ishido, to save others. Tsuyu Azui, because she believes she can make a difference in this world. Hinata Siro, to be like the American hero Spider-Man. I stare at Ibags the whole time. His expression doesn't change. What about you? He asks. Now that gets me thinking. Why do I want to be a hero? In all honesty, I'm only here because I got caught. It used to be because I wanted to be like Katsuki. The reason I became a vigilante was that I didn't like how heroes did things. I guess I wanted to help people too. What else am I supposed to do? I say. Now would you all kindly get out of our way? They don't move. This is ridiculous, I sigh. I use my telekinesis quirk to create a path, gently nudging people against the walls. You came, you saw, now get out of the way, I say, walking past them. That was one heck of a speech, Katsuki says. It's stupid, they're all jealous for no good reason, I mutter, wiping blood from my nose, another drawback of my quirk. He nods and then asks, how do you know why the extras wanted to be heroes? It's kind of obvious if you observe them long enough. Observe them? He laughs. Yeah, I suggest you start paying more attention to the class. It may come in handy someday. Nerd. Izuku. I turn and see Katsuki. You better not half-heartedly do this. I go back to changing. Whatever. If I win, I'm taking you to the most popular arcade in Japan. Excuse you? I say, whipping back around. You heard me, he grins. Before I can argue, we hear, welcome to this year's sports festival. Please welcome Class 1A. Yamahata yells. Here goes nothing. You know, sometimes I wonder how my life turned out like this. Because getting beaten up was never the plan, that's for sure. Come on, Deku, you can do better than that. Yeah, come on, Midoriya. You can do it. Well, at least my classmates believe in me. That little speech I gave yesterday must have gotten me on their good side. Well, besides half and half here, that is. I don't get the guy. One moment he's sharing his life story and asking if I'm his father's secret love child or whatever, and the next he's throwing ice at me like there's no tomorrow. I will admit I feel bad for him. What Endeavor did to Todoroki is unforgivable. But what Todoroki is doing to me right now is also unforgivable. I understand you've had a tough life, man, but don't take it out on me. Use your fire, Midoriya, he yells from the other side of the arena. Oh my god. For the 100th time, I can't. I'll back. He glares at me and sends another blast of ice my way. I use my telekinesis to shatter it into pieces. This is getting old, Todoroki. I shout, dodging a few more icy projectiles. Shut up, he shouts. Now, before I continue with this, let's rewind to about an hour ago when I was fine and not getting pummeled by Todoroki. Welcome to this year's sports festival. Please welcome Class 1A. We walk out into the stadium, and cheers from the crowd erupt. I start regretting my life decisions. Other classes join us as Yamahata calls them out. Then Namuri, Midnight, walks onto the stage in her hero costume and grabs the mic. Before we start the festival, let's have a few words from the student who had the highest score in the entrance exam. I know it's not me because I didn't take the entrance exam. If I had, it would probably be me, but the only person I can think of who would have the highest score is Bakugo Katsuki. Please come to the stage. This should be fun. Katsuki walks up to the stage with that smug look on his face and marches up to the mic. I just want to say, I'm going to win. But the crowd boos, and so do the students from other classes. The people in Class 1A just stare at him with blank expressions. And here we all thought he would swallow his pride for once. Nope, not the great Bakugo Katsuki. He walks off the stage looking satisfied with himself. Idiot. Well, that was interesting. Moving on. Our first challenge will be an obstacle course. An obstacle course? Sounds easy, but knowing Yue and Nizu, it's probably going to be the most dangerous obstacle course imaginable. Would you look at that? I won. No surprise there, I suppose. The look on Katsuki's face when I won was priceless. I will admit that I surprised myself there. Those robots were excessive and a waste of money considering they're destroyed now. And that minefield? That could have seriously injured someone. I totally didn't use them to my advantage and set off a few when someone Katsuki got too close. But hey, all's fair in love and war. Congratulations to those moving on. Now for the next event, the cavalry battle. You've got to be kidding me. I feel a hand on my shoulder. Wanna team up, Izuku? Don't do that, what are you, a creep? I say, swatting Katsuki's hand away. I'll take that as a yes, he says. The goal is to have the highest amount of points by stealing other teams' headbands to move on to the next round. And one more thing. The person who won the obstacle course gets to start off with 10 million points. You know what? I think it's best we part ways for a little, Katsuki says, starting to walk away. Oh no, get your back over here, I say, grabbing the collar of his shirt. This is our team? Katsuki asks, looking unimpressed as he sizes everyone up. After my doom was announced, everyone avoided me like the plague. So I pulled some strings and was able to find 2 other people to join us, Tokoyami and Mei. Technically, Mei wanted to be on our team, and I had to convince Tokoyami to leave his other team and join us. Yep, I say, taking the headband and handing it to Katsuki. What am I supposed to do with this? He asks. Wear it. Hell no. Bakugu language. I turn around and see Ida doing his robo-dance, glaring at Katsuki. You heard Mr. Class President. Shut up and put the headband on, I say, holding out the headband. Tisk, he grumbles, snatching it out of my hand. Alright, here's the plan. Katsuki's going to be the rider since everyone's scared of him, and his quirk will come in handy as well. I heard that, Deku, Katsuki mumbles. Tokoyami and Mei will be in the back. Tokoyami can use Dark Shadow to help us with defense, along with Mei and her inventions. Babies, Mei corrects. Right? Sorry, Mei and her babies can also help, and I'll be in the front so I can use my quirks better, I say. You're not planning on using your fire, are you? Katsuki asks suspiciously. Icy Hot will most likely try to come after us. I'm just being prepared, I say with a shrug. We get into formation as Nemuri starts the countdown. Ready? Go! As expected, everyone starts heading toward us. All of you better hold on. I yell. I use my telekinesis to lift us off the ground. How do you know there isn't anyone down there that can fly up here as well, Midoriya? Tokoyami asks. Based on what I saw in the obstacle course, the only person we would have to worry about is Uraraka. But seeing as she gets sick easily, I doubt she can hold up 4 to 5 people yet, I explain. He nods. Hey, Mei, do you have any babies on you that could help keep us in the air? I can't do this forever. No problem, she says, activating the boots she's wearing. I slowly start to stop using my telekinesis and see that we're still in the air. Oh, thank goodness, I mumble, wiping away the blood from my nose. Get down here, you wimps. And fight us, someone shouts from below. Yeah, no thanks. It's actually really nice up here with no one trying to attack us, if you know what I mean. I'll back. Erase your head. Is this even allowed? Yamahata yells. I turn my head to the recording booth. I don't care what you say, Aizawa. I'm not getting down into that pit of power-hungry teenagers. I shout. A few laughs come from the crowd. Aizawa sighs into the microphone. I see no problem in what Midoriya and his team are doing. They're simply using their quirks and gadgets to their advantage. And with the 100 million headband, this is probably the only way they'll be able to keep it safe. Are you saying we're not strong enough to fight those extras? Katsuki shouts. Katsuki, shut up. That's not what he said, I reply. Don't tell me what to do, Deku. 2 minutes remaining. Nemuri calls out. Hey, Midoriya, can you take over again? Mayas. Sure, I respond, using my telekinesis to hold us up once more. Time's up. Yamahata shouts. Finally, I say, slowly guiding us back toward the ground. I will admit that I feel a bit guilty. We kind of cheated, Tokoyami remarks as we touch down. No, we worked smarter, not harder, I say, letting go of Katsuki. Hey, what was that for? He exclaims. For being a pain earlier, I shrug. Nemuri starts announcing the winners. And in first place, Team Midoriya with 100 million points. A few claps and cheers come from the crowd. Before we move on to the next round, folks, we're going to take a lunch break. Yamahata announces. I follow the other students out of the arena and toward the lunch area. Midoriya. I turn around to see Todoroki. What? I ask. Come with me, he says. And that, my friends, was mistake number 1. What did you want to talk to me about, Todoroki? I ask. He leads me to a hallway, and we lean against the walls opposite each other to talk face to face. I overheard Katsuki betting $20 that Todoroki was going to ask me out. I doubt it. That $20 is mine. Your quirk, he says. Oh. I respond. I admit our quirks are similar. The only difference aside from our appearances is that he has ice and I have telekinesis. You haven't been using your fire. In both challenges, you've only used your telekinesis. And? I ask, noting that he hasn't used his fire in class either. It was just something I noticed. I'm going to be honest here, okay? I say. He stares at me for a moment and then slowly nods. Todoroki, if anything, I should be the one asking you why you never use your fire, but that's none of my business, I say, crossing my arms. I guess, he replies slowly. Unless you're asking because you're concerned or something, don't be. I just can't use it right now, I shrug. Why? What's with all the questions all of a sudden? This is literally the longest I've ever heard you talk. Who's your dad? Excuse me? What is going on right now? He stares at me, waiting for a response. I don't have one, I say bluntly. No response. Exactly. Can I leave now? I ask. One last question. Better be quick. What do you think of Endeavor? He's your dad, right? I know NG is his dad, but he could have just asked, what do you think of my dad? Instead of, what do you think of Endeavor? Everyone at school knows that NG is his father. It's no secret. He glares at me. Yeah. This is getting ridiculous. I've fought him for no reason on multiple occasions. I wouldn't say I'm a huge fan of the guy. Are you his secret love child or something? He asks. I can't tell you how much I want to slap you right now, I say. You guys have so many similarities, I was just wondering. I'm going to stop you right there, Candy Kid. I think I'd know if NG was my dad, I interrupt. I'm just saying that the possibility is there. At this point, you're just insulting me. He looks at me blankly. Look, I've seen pictures of my dad. He looks nothing like NG, so you can forget about that crazy idea right now. Where's all this coming from? I just think you have some connection with him, and if you do, that gives me all the more reason to beat you. Dude, your dad is literally the one guy I asked Niza to keep away from me, I say. Do you know what quirk marriage is? He asks. Quirk marriage? Yeah, I've heard of it. My parents were put into a quirk marriage to create a combination of both of their quirks. My siblings are seen as failures to my father, but not me. I'm his masterpiece, the one who can do what he can't, surpass all might. NG can't handle being second place, so he forces his kids to do what he can't? My father is scum. I haven't seen my mother in years because of him, he says, bringing his hand up to touch the scar on his face. My mother gave me the scar by pouring boiling water on my face. I refuse to be his tool. I'm going to show him that I can win without using his disgusting fire. I'll win using only my ice. You're setting yourself up for failure, I say without thinking. What? He asks, shooting me a glare that could make all might shudder. You can't win with just your ice. And you can't win with just your telekinesis. I can, but I think if I tell him that, he'll lose it. I'm not using my fire to spite my father. I can't use it right now, I repeat. He shakes his head and starts to walk away. I'll win with only my ice. I can't lose this. Neither can I say, turning around and walking away. You can come out now, I say. So, I was wrong. Big time, I reply, walking past Katsuki. Are you going to do anything? He asks, catching up to me. Like what? Confront Endeavor. A gruff voice speaks out, what about me? We turn around to see the one and only Endeavor. Oh, nothing, just talking about how you mistreat your kids and sent your wife away, I reply. Excuse me? He growls, walking over to us. Repeat that again, punk. Your son isn't you and I'm not All Might, I say. I know that. Endeavor laughs. So stop treating him like he is, NG. What did you call me? Oh, don't tell me you don't recognize me, NG, I say, tilting my head with a smirk. He stares at me for a moment before realization hits him. How'd you get in here, you villain? He yells. Once again, I'm not a villain. I was asked to attend UA. More like forced, Katsuki mumbles. Shut up, Katsuki. Why would they let you in? Endeavor laughs. Did they take pity on you or something? Who knows when it comes to heroes nowadays, I reply, turning around. See you around, Endeavor. You know you're probably going to end up going against half and half in the next round, Katsuki comments. Most likely. What are you going to do? Wing it. Why do I even bother with you? He mumbles as we walk back out into the arena. Alright. Congrats to everyone who has made it this far. And now for the next event. The battle tournament. And now for the pairing matchups. Excuse me, Miss Midnight, someone interrupts. Yes. I'd like to withdraw from the tournament. The arena goes silent, and all eyes turn to Ojiro, the guy throwing away his chance at winning and future reputation. No, unless you have a good reason, Midnight responds. I feel like I cheated. I don't remember anything from the cavalry battle, and I believe it's because one of the members of my group was manipulating me with his quirk. I feel that if I were to continue, it wouldn't be fair to the others. So please let me withdraw. Midnight thinks about it for a moment, then nods. Permission to withdraw granted, you may leave. Thank you, Ojiro says as he exits. As I was saying, I'd like to withdraw too, another kid confesses. Why don't we all just withdraw now? Now that that's taken care of, on to the pairings. A hologram appears with a list of pairings. Midoriya Izuku versus Shinso Hitoshi. Shinso Hitoshi? Must be someone from another class. Hey, do you know who Uraraka is? Katsuki asks next to me. Are you serious? Yes. Wow, I say, pointing to Uraraka, who's staring at Katsuki in shock. First up is Midoriya Izuku versus Shinso Hitoshi. We will begin in a few minutes. I still don't know who this Shinso person is. Pissed. Midoriya, over here. I turn and see Ojiro. Yeah. I want to talk to you for a sec. As long as you don't tell me your life story. What? He asks, giving me a confused look. I've had a weird day, I shrug. So, you dropped out because Shinso was manipulating your team the whole time during the cavalry battle? I clarify. Yeah, so I'm telling you now to be careful. Don't respond to anything he says to you, Ojiro replies sternly. Alright then, thanks, I guess. Kick his butt for me. I give him a fake salute. Roger that. I'll kick his butt for you. You can count on that. So whatever happens, just know I plan to do that. What are you planning? He questions. I just want to see what this guy's got. I walk out into the arena and see Shinso standing on the other side. Nemuri starts the countdown. 3.2.1. Begin. Neither of us moves from our spots. The whole stadium is quiet, watching, waiting, wondering. You'd think the guy who accuses others of not being fit to be in the hero course would make the first move and show what he's capable of. Are you just going to stand there? I ask, shoving my hands in my pockets. Now, I know what this looks like. I look like I'm being overly confident. But I'm trying to make a point here. This guy is no threat to me. Neither is anyone else here. I've faced every kind of villain out there. A few high schoolers don't scare me. He glares at me, but instead of getting into a fighting stance, he copies me and puts his hands in his pockets too. Could end this whole thing in 2 seconds by sending him flying out of the arena with my telekinesis. But where's the fun in that? Aren't you supposed to be in jail or something? He asks, still grinning. I raise an eyebrow, he's trying to make me look bad. You're the Vigilante Deku, right? He continues. Over the intercom, Aizawa spits out his drink, most likely coffee, but surprisingly the crowd is still silent. I stare at him for a minute before slowly nodding. A flash of annoyance appears on his face for a moment. So, shouldn't you be in jail? Jail's no joke, man, I say seriously. You've been there? He asks, a bit surprised. Once, in Monopoly. A few laughs come from the crowd. He scowls. How'd a guy like you get into the hero course? What is this, 20 questions? Then the world stops. What the hell? I can't move. Oh, I get it now. He needs a verbal response to use his brainwashing quirk. That's quite the quirk, a real pain. Walk out of the arena. Excuse you? There's no way I'm going to lose like this. I didn't even hit the guy. My body starts to move on its own, heading toward the out-of-bounds lines. I refuse to be known as the guy who lost by walking out of bounds. Plus, I told Ojiro I would win. I'm just a few steps away from utter embarrassment. Ojiro was able to break out somehow. I'm not going to be beaten by some stuck-up person. I can't lose. Well, not like this at least. How was Ojiro able to get out of this? I want to punch him so bad. Wait, I've got it. I came up with this a while ago when I was fighting a guy with a paralyzing quirk. I was doing well for a bit until he hit me and then licked my blood off the sword. It was disturbing to say the least. But anyway, he was about to, finish me off. When I did what I like to call pulsing. Basically, I let out a burst of telekinetic energy at once. It leads to some collateral damage, but they have Cementos on standby for a reason. If it worked then, it'll work now, right? I pulse. The ground around me breaks, and wind swirls. Ha! I'm free. I yell out in victory. I turn around with a huge smile on my face and dash toward Shinso. I punch him square in the face, then grab his arm and throw him over my shoulder and out of bounds. Shinso is out of bounds. Midoriya wins. Yamahata yells. Shinso looks at me in disbelief. How did you? Look, you lost because you relied on your quirk and nothing else. You didn't even try to hit me. Your quirk is impressive, I'll admit, but it can only get you so far. Next time we fight, you better hit me, I say, interrupting him. Right, he replies, getting up. We shake hands. Are you really Deku though? He asks. The one and only. Wow, I have to admit that was clever. I'm really proud of that thought. I was going to continue, but it feels right to leave it at that. I'll try to make the next chapter longer and include the fight between Todoroki and Midoriya. I'm surprised at how many of you are reading this. I hope you're enjoying it as much as I enjoy writing it. Did I really push Todoroki's buttons that much? I actually feel bad for Shiro. No one should be humiliated like this. It all started when Todoroki came out with a concerning look on his face. I can't describe it without making you laugh, but to put it simply, he looked like he was ready to unleash some serious power. I had faith in Shiro for about 2 minutes when he captured Todoroki and started spinning him around like a puppet. But here we are, half the stadium covered in a glacier of ice, and Shiro is trapped inside it. Show off, I mutter. Shiro, can you move? Nemuri asks. Are you crazy? No, I can't move. Shiro responds. Because Shiro is unable to move, the winner is Todoroki. I sigh. Looks like I may have to fight Todoroki. I could drop out. In my defense, the quirk I need to beat Todoroki is one I can't use, so I'm at a disadvantage here. But I've already made a big impression, so there's no backing out now, I suppose. And now for Uraraka Achiko versus Bakugo Katsuki. Yamahata yells. Any last words? I say to Katsuki as he gets up. What? I'm rooting for the girl. She's going to give you a run for your money. He laughs. We'll see. Boo. Quit messing with her. What kind of guy does that to a girl? The kind of guy who sees Uraraka as actual competition and not just an easy win because she's a girl. I yell. I've had it with these people. Most of the ones shouting at Katsuki are pro-heroes themselves. As a hero in training, if there was a villain who happened to be a girl going on a rampage and harming innocent people, I wouldn't hesitate to stop her to save lives. Not saying that Uraraka's a villain, but it's kind of the same situation. When Katsuki is up against strong competition, he won't care whether that competition is a girl or a boy. In the end, the fight was pretty interesting. Uraraka held her ground and fought until the end. She even landed a few good hits on Katsuki. But alas, Katsuki won, and the crowd wasn't pleased about it. When he was announced the winner, the crowd stayed silent, and the only people clapping were me and a few others from our class. After the match, I went to find Uraraka. I wasn't going to congratulate her or anything because that would sound silly. Hey, you did a great job at losing, congratulations. No, I just wanted to see how she was doing. Fighting Katsuki is tough, and most people can't handle losing to someone like him and give up. Eventually, I ended up overhearing her conversation with her parents. I was wrong. She doesn't need my help. I'm foolish to think she did. She's strong, and I should have acknowledged that a long time ago. I walk back to where the rest of the class is seated. Yo Midoriya. Where'd you go, man? We were starting to get worried when you didn't show up with Bakugo, Denki calls from his seat. Went to check on something, I say, sitting down next to him. What did I miss? Nothing really. Tetsu and Kirishima are still going at it, Shiro says. I look into the arena and see Kirishima fighting a guy with an almost identical quirk to his. How long have they been fighting? I ask. I'd say we're a few minutes away from it being half an hour, Katsuki grunts. In the end, both of them passed out, resulting in a tie. It was decided that when they wake up, they will compete against each other in a different way. There were a few other fights after that. Denki lost to a girl in 1B after trying to ask her out, Momo was pushed out of bounds by Tokoyami, and Ida was used as an advertisement for Mia. But he won because she walked out of bounds afterward. Next up is Todoroki Shoto versus Midoriya Izuku. Oh no, I say, getting up from my seat. Good luck, man. You got this, Midoriya. Denki and Siro call as I walk away. Alright, what's my plan? Using my fire is out of the question. So the only option I have is my telekinesis. I could throw him out of bounds as soon as the match starts. Yeah, that should work. And if it doesn't, then I'll improvise. As I've said, I've fought a lot of villains in my short life. But none of them have the same power as Todoroki. Close combat isn't likely going to be an option, so I'll have to try to end this as quickly as possible. I walk out into the arena, with Todoroki coming from the other side. We make it to the center of the arena, and then midnight starts the countdown. 3.2.1. Begin. Immediately, I use my telekinesis and try to throw Todoroki out of bounds. But just as he was about to cross the line, he used a wall of ice to stop himself. Teeth, I muttered. Looks like this may take longer than I thought. He sent multiple blocks of ice my way, and I focused, causing them all to shatter. Use your fire, he yelled. No. Why not? Fine, you caught me. I'm not using my fire out of respect for my late father. Really? Of course not, I said, using my telekinesis to lift the broken pieces of ice and send them flying his way. He got hit by one and tried to dodge the others. Speaking of fire, you could have avoided getting hit and melted that ice, I said. Shut up. So you can ask me about my fire, but I can't say a word about yours? I dodged more ice sent my way. It appears that Midoriya and Todoroki are arguing while they're fighting. Erasure, what do you think they're arguing about at a time like this? Yamahata yelled. Aizawa sighed. Well, Midoriya and Todoroki both have. I cut Aizawa off by using my telekinesis to grab the microphone and throw it out the window. What was that? Yamahata yelled, shocked. Aizawa just glared at me. In my defense, he was about to reveal my actual quirk to everyone in Japan, including villains. I know heroes already face that problem, but I'm only 15 and have things like hero exams to worry about. As far as I know, UA is the only school that has a broadcasted sports festival, which means all the other hero schools can watch us and learn what our quirks are. Plus, now that Shinso has revealed to the whole world that I'm Deku, keeping my quirk a secret is a huge priority. I got distracted with Aizawa, and Todoroki managed to land a solid hit on me. Hitting a guy while he's distracted? That's dirty. I'm here to win, not break my teacher's microphone. Touché. I grabbed Todoroki with my telekinesis again, but instead of throwing him out, I lifted him into the air. Before you worry, no, I wasn't going to drop him. That would be dangerous, and I'd likely end up in serious trouble. I was trying to do what Todoroki did to Siro and win by making him unable to move. Can you move, Todoroki? Midnight asked. 1 second, he muttered, creating an ice ramp and sliding down it. You've got to be kidding me, I grumbled as he landed on the opposite side of me. I had avoided using my fire this long, but I didn't see any other way. Come on, Deku, you can do better than that. Yeah, come on, Midoriya. You can do it. No, there was another way. At least I hope there was. Use your fire, Midoriya. Todoroki yelled from the other side of the arena. Oh my god. For the 100th time, I can't. I yelled back. He glared at me and sent another massive chunk of ice my way. I used my telekinesis to break it apart. This is getting old, Candy Cane, I said, dodging more blasts of ice sent my way. Shut it, he shouted, sending more. You know what? Forget it. I've fought more villains and heroes than I can count. I refuse to lose to this guy. I'm going to have to apologize to everyone, including my mom, for keeping this a secret, but it can't be helped. I lied to my mom, to Katsuki, to the class, heck, even to Todoroki. Yes, I can breathe fire like my dad, and yes, I have telekinesis like my mom. But out of curiosity, I discovered that using both at the same time allows me to produce fire from my hands and feet. Seeing as Todoroki insists on only using his ice and not his fire, I might as well use it to my advantage. I put my hands out in front of me. What was that you were saying, Todoroki? You want me to use my fire? Fine. Deku, what are you? Todoroki sent another chunk of ice at me. I blew a small breath of fire onto my hands. They ignited into flames, and I held them out, causing the ice to melt. It seems that Midoriya had a trick up his sleeve. Yamahata yelled into the microphone. Why don't you just end this now and surrender? I asked, grinning. I will beat you with only my right side, he yelled. You know, in anime and manga, there's always that moment when the main character snaps and surprises everyone. I'm sick of Todoroki repeating that excuse about not using his quirk when there are people out there who don't even have a quirk. Saying I snapped would be a lie. I lost it. I'm going to try to give you a good picture of what happened next, so imagine this, 2 teenagers fighting like their pride depends on it. Next thing you know, we're yelling at each other like maniacs. I refuse to use his power. Shut up. My gosh, it's yours. Your quirk, not his. I yelled. I was seeing red. That was a big mistake on my part. Yes, I wanted to help Todoroki, but he made it ridiculously hard. And don't get me started on that mindset of his. So I thought I'd yell some sense into him, resulting in him getting the upper hand. You'd probably think I'd lose, but no, I won just barely, I hate to admit. Yes, he got some good hits in, but I did the same to him, honestly. The only thing I considered a success was getting him to finally use his fire. But given that he hadn't used his quirk all his life, he had terrible control over it. Not to worry. In the end, I was able to get close to him and throw him out of bounds. It was a good match, better than any I had with Endeavor anyway. Speaking of that flaming trash, when I finally got Todoroki to use his fire, he started yelling a bunch of nonsense like, "Shutu. Now that you're over your little rebellious phase, we can continue your training." The second one is probably my favorite. Come on, little rebellious phase? That's hilarious. I've never heard of a rebellious phase that lasted almost 10 years. But now I've got bigger problems much. Bigger problems? Bakugo Katsuki. That's my big problem. Now that I've dealt with Todoroki, I have to face Katsuki, and that's a big no-no. You should have seen his face when I used my combination of telekinesis and fire. He went through all the emotions in about a minute, confused, hurt, angry, and I dare say he looked proud for a brief moment. When I saw him after the match, he glared at me and walked off. I deserve that. Just wait until I see Mom. I'm too scared to think about it. Right now, I'm just wandering around. I didn't want to go to the infirmary because, as far as I'm aware, nothing's broken, so there's no point. I turn a corner and see Class President Ida on the phone. I watch him for a moment, not in a creepy way. Mom? Why are you crying? Are you okay? What? Tensei. I'm on my way. He hangs up the phone but doesn't move. Tears start to fall from his eyes. He removes his glasses and tries to wipe them away. I start to walk over to him. He doesn't look up but tries to stop crying. Hey, Prez, I say, standing in front of him. Oh, Midoriya, it's you, he says, sounding relieved. I stare at him for a moment before giving a small sigh. You know, this isn't the only sports festival you're going to be able to participate in. There's always next year and the year after. I leave. His eyes widen a bit before nodding slowly. I pat him on the shoulder. Go see your brother. I'll tell Aizawa that something came up. Thank you, Midoriya, he says before running down the hall. I'm tempted to yell at him about not running in the halls, but this isn't the right time. I turn and head to the announcement booth. I open the door and walk in. Aizawa and Yamahata turn around, surprised. Oh, it's just you, Midoriya, Aizawa says. Just me? Wow, I say, walking over and taking a seat. Why are you in here? Aizawa asks, ignoring my statement. I've come to be the bearer of bad news. Bad news? Yamahata asks, joining in on the conversation. Yeah, Prez has some urgent business to take care of and has to leave. Urgent business? Aizawa says, giving me a small glare. I don't know all the details. All I can tell you is that it's important, I shrug. They both continue to stare at me before Aizawa slowly nods and turns to the microphone. Due to some issues, Ida Tenya has dropped out. Tokoyami Fumikaji wins by default. A few shouts of disapproval come from the crowd, but nothing serious. Next up, Midoriya Izuku vs Bakugo Katsuki. I'm screwed. What was that you were saying, Todoroki? You want me to use my fire? Deku. What are you? I start, as Deku shoves his hands out in front of him and bursts into flames, melting the glacier icy hot sent his way. What just happened to the, I'm not going to use my fire, nonsense? I give him an annoyed look. I want to beat you at your best, not when you're holding back. Kaken, I'm not holding back, Deku sighs. I glare at the floor. I wasn't even going to use my fire quirk when we most likely fight, he says with another sigh. Why? He shrugs. I see no reason to use fire against fire. It's pointless. It's not pointless, especially since I use explosions, not fire, but he's not going to drop it until I agree. I nod my head slowly. He lays back on my bed. Still as though, he mumbles. Yeah, it really is because if I beat him at the sports festival, it will only be because he isn't at his best. And that's not fair to him. And to think I actually had sympathy for that guy. He never told me he could do more than breathe fire. Why wouldn't he tell me that? Does he not trust me or something? No, that's not it. But I'm still annoyed about whatever it is. I scowl as I continue to watch the fight. Hey Baku bro. What? I say, not bothering to see who's talking to me. I got a question for you. I glance over and see Shitty Hair sitting next to me. If Midoriya is such a powerful vigilante, how come he's having trouble beating Todoroki? I roll my eyes. That's your question? Yeah, and the same thing with the fight against the purple-haired kid. In the videos I saw of Deku, he took villains out in a matter of seconds. I look around and see a few other classmates staring at me. I sigh in annoyance. Simple, fighting villains and fighting us are two completely different things. How? Pikachu asks. We're not a threat to him or those around him. It's different when he fights villains because they can and have hurt people. We, on the other hand, are a bunch of teenagers who have probably never even seen a real fight, let alone been in one. That makes sense, an extra says. Plus, he doesn't want to hurt you guys, and whether he knows it or not, he's subconsciously holding back, I say, glaring at the floor. Shitty Hair puts a hand on my shoulder. That was manly, bro, he says, wiping away a fake tear. Get lost, I say, shooing his hand away. And the winner is Midoriya Izuku. No surprise there, Icy Hot never stood a chance. A few minutes later, Deku comes up to the bleachers. I glare at him and get up. I'm not in the mood for his excuses. He can explain everything after I beat him. I wander around for a bit before I hear, due to some issues, Ida Tenya has dropped out. Tokoyami Fumikaji wins by default. Ha! I say out loud. Next up, Midoriya Izuku vs Bakugo Katsuki. I laugh. You know you're in trouble when Bakugo Katsuki looks happy to see you. I walked out into the arena and saw him smiling on the other side. It wasn't his usual menacing grin. It was more like a, I'm going to challenge you, but in a friendly way, kind of smile. I was flattered, but I had come up with a plan. A good one? Maybe not. I knew that if I didn't fight Katsuki, he would lose his temper, so I decided to engage him for exactly 10 minutes. Those would probably be the longest 10 minutes of my life, knowing Katsuki. However, I had come to terms with what would happen if I lost being dragged to the depths of despair and figured that I valued my life more than one more visit to that dark place. I would give Katsuki what he wanted, a fair fight for 10 minutes. Then I would make it look like I accidentally stepped out of bounds and voila! He wins and I get to live a little longer. I didn't really want to win anyway, it would bring way too much attention to myself. Being Deku is hard enough. 3.2.1. Begin. Come on, the Use that fancy new fire move of yours, he yelled as I dodged him. I used my telekinesis and employed the strategy one had used when fighting Todoroki, but instead of ice, I picked up rubble and debris. I lifted everything I could and sent it flying toward Katsuki. He got hit by a few pieces before exploding the others. Use your fire. I'm getting déjà vu. Shut up, he yelled, speeding toward me like a superhero. I dodged his attacks and used my telekinesis to spin him, trying to throw him out of the square. He stopped himself with his explosions. I grumbled, irritated. Why won't you use that new trick on me, huh? What makes Icy Hot so special? Please, if I used it, this fight would be over in 2 seconds. Wanna bet, Oh yeah, I wanna bet, Kaken. I yelled, throwing my hands out in front of me. His eyes widened a bit before breaking into a grin. Bring it on, Deku. I ignited my hands, creating fire spheres and whipping them at him, targeting his shoulders, one of his weak points. They were already under a lot of strain from his huge explosions. I knew I was being a bit mischievous, but he asked for it. The spheres hit his shoulders perfectly. He winced and glared at me before sending a massive explosion my way. Using my telekinesis, I gathered debris around me to create a wall. It wouldn't stop the explosion, but it would slow it down enough to keep me safe. Teach, why can't you send me a little explosion for once? Where's the fun in that? True. I held my hands out again, this time creating a sphere about the same size as his explosion. Midoriya. You can't use that on Bakugo. It could seriously hurt him. Aizawa yelled through the microphone. He won't get hurt if he dodges. I shouted back. I was aware that if I threw this at Katsuki, it could cause serious harm. But I was still trying to shove him out of the ring. So, I threw the sphere to the ground, causing it to explode in the center. As the smoke cleared, I saw Katsuki standing on the other side. He wasn't smiling anymore, he was staring me dead in the eye. And the winner is Bakugo Katsuki, Yamahata screamed. I looked down at my feet. Would you look at that? I was out of bounds. It's been a few days since the sports festival, and Katsuki refuses to talk to me. During the award ceremony, he ended up being chained to a wall, and All Might had to put the medal in his mouth because Katsuki wouldn't let him place it around his neck. Good times. Anyway, when I got home that day, Mom gave me an earful. She was upset that I had basically ignored her after the USJ incident and that I never told her about my new fire trick. After about half an hour of scolding, she hugged me, saying that she had passed out at least 4 times while watching the sports festival out of worry. Sounds like you did more work than me. Don't mock your mother, she said, breaking the hug. I'm just glad it's over, I said, sitting on the couch. You sure about that? She asked. What do you mean? It's not over for Katsuki. Based on the way he acted during the award ceremony, I'd be surprised if he ever forgives you. He's acting like he wanted to lose to me, I sighed. Well, not only are you his best friend, but you're also Deku the Vigilante said to have never lost a fight. Until now, that is. That's different. I don't want to fight Katsuki the way I fight villains. It's 2 completely different things. Mom sighed and looked at me. You and I both know you never intended on winning the sports festival. Katsuki probably knew that too, but still gave it his all while you pushed yourself out of bounds with that fancy move of yours. Accidentally, I muttered. Sure, Mom said with a small smile. Apologizing to Katsuki wouldn't do any good. If anything, it would make him even more upset with me. So now I had one of 2 options. Find a way to get Katsuki to talk to me. Get better friends. For now, I'd stick with option 1. Making new friends is annoying. I walked into class and sat in my seat. Katsuki ignored my presence while a few others greeted me. Everyone settled in as we waited for Aizawa to show up. Alright, first off, I'm going to congratulate you all on your performance at the sports festival. There are many things you could improve on, but you all did well, Aizawa said, giving us a small nod of approval. Most of the class clapped in a small celebration. But then Aizawa continued, now that that's over, it's time for the hard part. Recommendations. Momo raised her hand. Mr. Aizawa, will we all get a recommendation? Yes, no matter your performance in the sports festival, you will get at least 1 recommendation. He held up a remote and turned on the projector. Names with numbers next to them pop up. Todoroki Shoto, 1569. Bakugo Katsuki, 1499. Tokoyami Fumikaji, 986. Ida Tenya, 875. Kirishima Ejiro, 874. Kaminari Denki, 765. Ashido Mina, 590. Shiro Hinata, 489. Midoriya Izuku. How'd Midoriya get one? The class exclaims, staring in shock at my single request. Because they're scared of me, I shrug, not that surprised. Scared of you? Kaminari asks. Well, yeah. I'm considered the savior of Japan. A low-rank hero would be crazy to try and teach me. Then who do you think requested you? Shiro questions. Beats me. Aizawa shakes his head at me and pulls out a stack of papers. These are the names of the heroes that requested you. Look through all of them carefully and then write down the top 3 you accept. I grab my one sheet of paper and look at the single name written on it. Hero, Gran Torino. Rank, unavailable. Agency, unavailable. Description, unavailable. Reason for requesting you, reckless brat needs a lesson. Alright then, not suspicious at all. I stare at the paper a bit longer and notice some writing in the bottom corner. Meet me in the teacher's lounge after class, All Might. Now that's interesting. Ever since learning that All Might worked at UA, I've never actually seen or talked to him besides the awards ceremony. However, according to Katsuki, a few days before I was accepted into UA, the class had a hero lesson with him. Why would he want to talk to me? I've never heard of Gran Torino, which annoys me because I know almost every hero there is on all 7 continents. I was alone for years, what else was I supposed to do? And I've never seen anything about Gran Torino. Does All Might know him? If All Might knew him, then everyone else would too. Being someone like All Might, the symbol of peace, makes it hard for people not to know everything about you. And I doubt All Might can keep a secret, to be honest. Seeing as I have no other requests, I'll have to take on Gran Torino and hope he's not a villain in disguise or something. I peer over Katsuki's shoulder and look at the top of his paper. Hero, best genist. I don't bother reading the rest. I'm shocked that Katsuki was able to catch the attention of the number 3 pro hero. What are you looking at? Katsuki says, still focused on his paper. Oh, nothing, just wondering who requested the great Bakugo Katsuki is all, I reply. He turns around and glares at me. Oh really? Well, I want to know the one person who requested the great Deku. Confidential, I say. What? It's confidential, or also known as none of your business. Oh yeah? Gotta go, places to be, people to see. I yell running out the door. That I don't know where the teacher's lounge is. I sigh and walk back to class. Midoriya? Didn't you just run out the door? Aizawa asks. Yes, so? I have very important business and need you to tell me where the teacher's lounge is. No. Yes. What's this very important business of yours? That would be with me. We both look towards the door and see All Might. Sorry, young Midoriya, I forgot you probably wouldn't know where the teacher's lounge was. Yep. What did you want to talk about? He looks at Aizawa sheepishly. I don't care what you guys do, he says. Follow me, young Midoriya. We walk for a bit, then he opens the door to the teacher's lounge. He holds the door as I walk in. Like in one of those cringy movies, there's a guy standing in the middle of the room with his back turned to us. I got him, All Might says. The guy in the room turns around. You must be Midoriya. Nice to meet you, I'm Miro Togata. Why do I have a feeling this is going to blow up in my face? I'm trying to keep some things in the story the same as in the anime. I also had no idea who Midoriya would in turn under besides Endeavor, but that's for later. Anyway, hope you're enjoying the story. So I guess I was wrong, All Might can keep a secret from the world. One for all, the true name of All Might's quirk. It turns out All Might was given the power from his teacher when he was younger, and he has now passed it down to Mirio. Honestly, I couldn't think of a better person to be the next symbol of peace than this guy. His original quirk is permeation, But now with One for All, he's got not just that but almost the same speed and strength that All Might has. Why are you telling me this again? I ask after they're done explaining everything to me. Well, not because the hero that requested you, Gran Torino, used to mentor me as well as my teacher. And, All Might says, shaking. Mirio cuts him off. He requested me too in my first year. He knows about One for All and taught me how to control it better. That's cool and all, but what does that have to do with me? Why would he want to request me? I ask. We don't know why he requested you. However, we can tell you that he's, how do I put this nicely? He's not, to put it plainly, he's scary, Mirio says. All Might's shaking like a leaf next to him. This guy must be the real deal to make All Might scared of him. I smile. Can't wait to meet him. They both just stare at me before Mirio smiles. I like you, you should fight me sometime. I want to see which one of us will win. Me, obviously. I'll take you up on that offer. Young Midoriya, it's not too late to change now. You don't have to go to him just because he was your only request. On the contrary, the fact that this guy requested me is why I want to go to him. And now I know he isn't a villain or something. Plus, his whole reason for requesting me was to teach me a lesson, I say. All Might continues to stare at me for a minute before giving me a not-so-confident smile. If you insist, young Midoriya. I nod. Thanks for the heads up. Mirio holds out his hand. Until we meet again, Midoriya. I shake his hand. Till then. I walk out of the teacher's lounge and toward the student cafeteria. I find Katsuki sitting by himself at a table, picking at his food. I head over to the table and sit across from him. Nope, he interrupts. What? I don't want to hear your lame apology. Good, because I wasn't going to give you one, I lie. He gives me a look before shaking his head. Whatever you say. So, as I was going to say before you so rudely interrupted, I'm sorry. He slams his hands on the table. Darn it, Deku. I smile slightly. What? I don't want to hear your excuses. I told you to give it your all, and you pushed yourself too far. It was an accident. Shut up. It doesn't matter if it was an accident or not. You were planning to do something like that from the start. I don't say anything. Cat got your tongue? What happened to always having something to say, Deku? He says angrily. I glare at him. You're an idiot, I say. If I'm an idiot, then you're a coward. You don't scare me. Then why? Tell me, Deku, if you're not scared of me, then why did you lose on purpose? I told you I didn't want to win. That's nonsense. You're acting like you wanted to lose, I sigh. No, I wanted to beat you fair and square with my own power. But you decided to back down. I stand up. This is ridiculous, I say, walking away. Coward! Katsuki yells behind me. I head to the bathroom and lock myself in one of the stalls. Katsuki's being unreasonable. I thought he, of all people, would understand why I didn't want to win. But instead, he decides to throw a tantrum over it. I'm going to go out tonight. Katsuki's POV. This is ridiculous, Deku says, getting up. Coward! I yell as he walks away. Dumbo. I told him to give it his all. Instead, he goes all out with icy hot and loses on purpose against me. We're not a threat to him or those around him. It's different when he fights villains because they can and have hurt people. We, on the other hand, are a bunch of teenagers who have probably never even seen a real fight, let alone been in one. That makes sense, an extra says. Plus, he doesn't want to hurt you guys, and whether he knows it or not, he's subconsciously holding back. I shake my head at the memory. He's the idiot here. He probably doesn't even see me as an equal and just takes pity on me. Hey man, you and Midoriya good? I turn my head and see Shitty Hair standing next to my table. We're just fine, I say, rolling my eyes. He takes a seat across from me. Really? Your conversation with him seemed pretty bad. It's fine. You guys haven't seen each other in a few years, right? And now that you're finally reunited, you decided to get into a fight with him. It's none of your concern, Shitty Hair. I'm just saying, man, he says, holding his hands up. I sigh and glare at my untouched food. You know, the fact that Midoriya tried to apologize shows that he feels bad. I don't care if he feels bad. You should. He's your best friend. He's not anything to me. He sighs and shakes his head sadly. This fight between you two isn't right. Plus, Midoriya's Deku. What does that have to do with this? I say, agitated. It means he fights villains often. No doubt he gets injured when doing so. You never know what could happen. What are you trying to say here, shitty hair? If you don't get it, then never mind. But you said it yourself. Midoriya subconsciously holds back against the people he cares about, he says, getting up. I'm surrounded by idiots. Deku's POV. School's finally over. I left the classroom as quickly as I could and ran all the way back home. I'm home, Mom. I call out. I'm in the living room, she replies. I head to the living room and see her on the couch fixing a hole in my vigilante suit. Ah, Mom, you didn't have to do that, I say. Hush, it's the least I could do, she says with a smile. I was planning on going out, I say, taking the suit. Well, tell me how your day was before you run off again. I smile. I got a request. Oh yeah, I heard you guys were getting those. How many did you get? 1. More than I expected. I laugh. His name is Gran Torino. He taught All Might when he was younger. Never heard of him. He's old. Did you know who he was? No, actually. The only reason I know he's not a villain is that All Might confirmed who he was. That's a first, you not knowing a hero. I shrug. Guess he isn't known well enough. Well, I'm happy for you. Now go kick some villain butt. Roger that. I say, running to my room to put my outfit on. Shigaraki's POV. He's back at it again, folks. After being gone for 3 weeks, the Vigilante Deku is back in action, bringing in a total of 20 villains into custody tonight. What would we do without this great hero in disguise? Vigilante Deku? I grumble, staring at the report on the TV. Kurogyri. Have you ever heard of this guy? I yell. I've heard a few things about him. Apparently, he takes out villains without mercy. People say he's the savior of Japan. So he's good? I ask. You could say. Let's bring him in. Deku's POV. Darn it, I mumble as I get out of bed. One of those troublemakers from last night managed to get a few good hits on me, specifically on my left shoulder and right leg. My leg is bothering me the most right now. When I put pressure on it, pain flares through my body. The guy who hurt me had a quirk that allowed him to turn any part of his body into a spike. When I was fighting him, he turned his hand into a spike and jabbed my leg. In return, I singed his eyebrows off. He's going to have a terrible mugshot. My arm was my own mistake, I guess. Before I fought the guy with no eyebrows, I saved a kid from walking into oncoming traffic, and in doing so, I pulled a muscle. It didn't bother me until I was fighting another guy and did a backflip with my hands, which made it worse. Ah well, other than those small setbacks, I'd say last night went well. I turned a few villains over to the police and saved a kid from danger. I'd say that's a pretty successful night. But what's unfortunate is that today is a school day. No, wait, today is the start of internships. Still not great. I changed into my school uniform and headed downstairs. What's with the limp, Izuku? Oh no. You see, my mom is fine with my vigilante work, but as soon as she sees even the slightest injury, she rushes me to the hospital and bans me from going out. Just pulled something, I think. It's fine, I lied, grabbing my bag. And what about that shoulder? How does she know? Slept on it wrong. Look at me, lying to my mother without hesitation. If you say so. Today is the start of your internship, right? Make sure you have everything you need. I think I've got it all, I said, showing her my duffel bag. She walked over and kissed me on the cheek. See you when you get back, she said. I gave her a quick hug. See you, I replied, heading for the door. Man, it's raining today. I didn't bother going back to grab an umbrella. Instead, I used my telekinesis to keep the raindrops from hitting me. Instead of taking the train to school, I ran. Ever since the sports festival, random strangers have been talking to me, and it's starting to get on my nerves. It was nice at first. People congratulated me and told me I did well. But now it's just annoying. I arrived at UA and walked inside, spotting Ida hanging up his jacket. I hadn't talked to him since the sports festival, but I figured out why he had to leave. His older brother, Ingenium, was attacked by the hero killer Stain and ended up in the hospital with serious injuries. I walked over to him. "Hey, Prez," I said. He turned around quickly. "Oh, hey, Midoriya," he replied. "You doing all right?" I asked. "Yes, why do you ask?" "I heard about your brother." "I'm sorry, Prez." "There's no need to apologize, Midoriya. You had nothing to do with it." "How is he?" I asked, genuinely curious. "He's good. Nothing to worry about." He turned to walk away, but I grabbed his shoulder. "Prez, revenge is never the answer." He didn't look at me. "Don't think I didn't see who you chose to intern with." "I'm not stupid, Prez." Still no response. "Don't be reckless, Prez. I understand that you want to avenge your brother, but face it, there's nothing you can do. He's paralyzed from the waist down. He can't be a hero anymore," he whispered. I didn't know how to respond to that. "And it's all his fault," he continued. "Yeah, but it's not your job to teach him a lesson, Prez. Trust me when I say he will be brought to justice, just not by a 16-year-old. He didn't say anything before lightly laughing. "As class president, I shouldn't be behaving this way." "Thank you, Midoriya." "You're right," he said, walking away. Great, now I had to worry about Prez. I walked into the classroom and looked for Todoroki. I saw that he was going to his father's agency, which I thought was a smart decision on his part. Now that he was going to use his fire, he should learn from the best current fire user who just happens to be his father. But that wasn't the reason I wanted to talk to him. His father's agency and the agency Prez was going to weren't close. However, Endeavor, being who he is, tends to patrol around the area of Mizushima's agency, Pro Hero Manual. I wanted to talk to Todoroki about Ida and see if he could help me keep an eye on him. "Hey, Todoroki," I said, sitting in the seat in front of him. "Hello, Midoriya," he replied. "Monotone voice today, huh? What's that?" "Never mind." I pulled a paper out of my bag and placed it on his desk. It was a news article about Tensei and Stain. Todoroki grabbed the paper, read it, then looked back at me. "This is Ida's older brother, right?" "Yep." "Why are you showing me this?" he asked, handing the paper back. "Because Prez wants to avenge his brother and find Stain." "You can't be serious." "I am." He purposely took on the request of Mizushima because his agency is in the area where Tensei was attacked. "Who's Mizushima?" "Pro Hero Manual." "Okay, what does this have to do with me?" he asked. "Your father likes to patrol in the same areas as Mizushima because there's more crime there. So if you happen to see Ida, keep an eye on him." "And then what?" "This guy is going to be the end of me. Text me your location, and if I find Prez first, I'll do the same." "Alright, one more question." "Shoot." "Why are you telling me this and not Bakugo? Best Jeanist patrols in that area too, right?" I laughed. Believe me, I've met Hakamata before, and taking Katsuki on patrol is going to be the last thing on his mind." "Who's Hakamata?" "Best Jeanist," I sighed. "Why do you use the pro heroes' real names?" "Why not?" "So you trust me more than Bakugo?" "For this, yes." "Why?" "Because Katsuki's quirk isn't right for this situation, and his personality could get him in trouble. I've fought Stain before. He says that the only true hero in this world is All Might and that the rest are fakes who only do it for fame and money. I don't think Katsuki is going to take that lightly." I whisper the part about the stain so others won't hear. He stares at me, then nods. "I'll help." "Excellent," I say, taking out a piece of paper and writing my phone number on it. I hand it to him. "Here." "Thanks. Text me later so I have your number too." He nods again, and I head over to my seat. "Since when are you best buds with Icy Hot?" Katsuki says as I sit down. "Since when are you best buds with Kirishima?" I reply. He grunts and looks away. It's pretty obvious that Kirishima wants to be friends with Katsuki. Honestly, I think that Katsuki and Kirishima becoming friends would be good for him. Kirishima's a nice guy and loves everyone without hesitation, while Katsuki is the opposite. He thinks everyone is looking down on him and feels he has to prove himself. Kirishima would be a good influence on him. Their friendship won't affect me much, and Katsuki's not the type to ditch people, especially me. After 5 or 6 years of not seeing each other, he's still my best friend. Aizawa walks in and the class quiets down. Today we will be doing something that will determine your future as a hero before you go to your internships. Yay, another pop quiz. Code names, he says. Midnight walks in a few moments later in her hero outfit. Code names aren't my expertise, so Midnight is going to help you pick them out, Aizawa says before disappearing into his sleeping bag. Never mind then. I already have a name, so this has nothing to do with me. I'm interested in what the others will pick, though. I cannot stop twinkling. Oh my god. Not bad, but it's a sentence, so let's take out the and change cannot into can't, Midnight says. Brilliant, Aoyama nods. I shake my head in disbelief and grab out a notebook to start writing things down. Aoyama Yuga. Hero name, can't stop twinkling. Rating, 110, it's a sentence. Mina goes up next. My code name is Alien Queen. Not bad. No, think of something else, Midnight says. You allow a legit sentence and not Alien Queen? Really? Tsu goes next. I've had this in mind for a while, rainy season hero, Froppy. After hearing Can't Stop Twinkling, Get Accepted and Alien Queen, not, the class starts cheering for Tsu and her code name. Ashuitsu. Hero name, Froppy. Rating, 10-10, it fits her and her quirk well. The rest of the class goes up after. Kirishima Ejiro. Hero name, Red Riot. Rating, 8-10, good but not all that original, though most people won't know who Crimson Riot is. Jiro Kyoka. Hero name, Earphone Jack. Rating, 10-10, do I have to explain why this one's good? Kaminari Denki. Hero name, Chargebolt. Rating, 9-10, fits him well but doesn't really stand out to me, not bad though. Shoji Mizo. Hero name, Tentacle. Rating, 10-10, good job, man. Siro Hanta. Hero name, Cellophane. Rating, 8-10, seems like a good name for him and it's cool, just not a 10 I guess. Ojiro Mashireo. Hero name, Tailman. Rating, 7-10, not bad, just not that creative. Honestly, I can't think of any other name for him. Sato Rikido. Hero name, Sugarman. Rating, 7-10, basically the same as Tailman. Ashido Mina. Hero name, 1 Alien Queen. Hero name, 2 Pinky. Rating, 8-10, Alien Queen suits her better, but Pinky is cute. Hagakure. Hero name, Invisible Girl. Rating, 6-10, not really creative and it's obvious. Also, I don't think she's going to want to be called Invisible Girl her whole career. Yuro Momo. Hero name, Kriati. Rating, 9-10, fits her and her quirk well. Todoroki Shoto. Hero name, Shoto. Rating, 2-10, I Can't Stop Twinkling is more creative than this, but what was I expecting? So, 2 it is. Fumikage Tokoyami. Hero name, Tsukuyami. Rating, 10-10, now that is a hero name. Mineta Minoru. Hero name, Grape Juice. Rating, 6-10, it's better than Shoto. Kodakoji. Hero name, Anima. Rating, 9-10, can't say anything bad about it, it's good. Bakugo Katsuki. Hero name, not approved King Explosion Murder. Rating, 1-10, some things never change. Uraraka Ochiko. Hero name, Uravity. Rating, 10-10 brilliant, just brilliant. Ida Tenya. Hero name, Tenya. Rating, 0-10, absolutely not. I get why Todoroki used his name because he's an idiot, but at this point, Ida is just being stubborn. For crying out loud, take the name Ingenium. Good job everyone. Great job picking out code names. I'll let Aizawa take over from here, Midnight says after Ida goes back to his seat. Kaminari raises his hand. What about Midoriya? He questions. I already have a name, I shrug. A few faces look disappointed. What? I ask. Well, no offense, man, but we thought you might take the chance to change your hero name from Deku to something else because let's face it, you're anything but a Deku, Kirishima says. Where did you come up with that name anyway? Uraraka asks. When I was younger, the kids at my school used to call me it because it was another reading of my name. Then when I came up with a name for myself, it was the only thing I could think of, I explain. Who was the one who figured out Deku was another reading of your name? Shiro asks. Take a wild guess. All eyes turn to Katsuki. What? No one ever corrected me, he shrugs. They were too scared to, I mumble. He glares at me. So then where did the nickname Kaken come from? Kirishima asks. Oh that? When I first met Katsuki, I couldn't pronounce his name right, so I took the first 2 letters of his name and added chan to it, and behold, the nickname Kaken was created, I say. Katsuki just rolls his eyes. I turn to him. Kaken should be your hero name. He laughs. In your dreams. We wait at the train station as Aizawa explains all the rules and expectations of being at our internships. Got it? He asks tiredly. Yes, sir. Mina shouts with excitement, holding her hero costume case in the air. It's yes, sir, Ishido, and dial it down a bit. Yes, sir, she pouts. All right, off you go, Aizawa says, shooing us away to our trains. Remember the plan, Todoroki? I ask, walking up to him. Yeah, he replies. Good, text me later, I say, walking away to find Prez. Oh, Midoriya, shouldn't you be heading toward your train? Meh, I was planning on walking there. What? Never mind that, just wanted to remind you not to do anything stupid. Thanks. You're welcome. We're friends, aren't we, Prez? You can talk to me, you know. Yes, we are friends, Midoriya, and I'll keep that in mind. He smiles softly and waves before walking towards his train. What was that about walking, Midoriya? I turn around and see Aizawa staring me down. I don't like trains, too many people. I heard about what you did last night. Is that so? I ask innocently. You saved a kid from traffic and turned in 20 villains. You're getting a bit rusty. Whatever, I'm too busy with the mountain of homework you give us. Watch your language there, kid. Whatever. See you in a week, Aizawa, I say, walking out. Don't think I don't see the limp, Midoriya, he yells after me. I walk faster. So this is it, huh? It took me a bit, but I found it an old, run-down building with graffiti here and there. I shrug and walk up the stairs. I go to knock on the door, but when I do, it swings open. I stand there for a moment, then walk in and close the door behind me. Anyone here? I call out. I look around before my eyes are drawn to the middle of the room. A figure. Forget this, I'm out of here, I say, turning to leave. I'm alive. What? In front of me is a very much alive short old man in an unusual yellow costume. He stands up and smiles innocently. I dropped the hot dogs, he says. This is the guy that makes All Might shake like a leaf? Even Mirio said he was scary. Tashinori? Who? Oh, sorry, Tajida. Not me. So then, Tashinori? Please excuse me for a minute, I say, trying to keep it together as I walk out of the building. I pull out my phone and start looking through my contacts to find All Might's number. There's no way this old man is going to teach me anything. So this is your hero costume, huh? I turn around and see the old man rummaging through the case UA gave me. Thought you'd bring the one you do vigilante work in, he comments. What happened to the old hot dog man from just a few seconds ago? I did. I don't know what's in that case, I say slowly, taking the phone down from my ear. He pulls a costume out from the case and throws it at me. Put it on. What? Put it on and show me you're not as foolish as you looked at the sports festival, he says with a smug smile. I'll be a minute, I mutter angrily, walking away to find a room. I close the door behind me and then look at the suit. There's no way I'm wearing this. The suit is nothing like my vigilante suit. It's completely teal green with a metal mask, a red belt, white gloves, and strange black knee pads. But the worst part of the whole thing is the hood. It's got bunny-like features on it. Who came up with the design of this thing? I find a note in one of the pockets on the belt. Dear Mr. Midoriya Izuku, we were informed by your homeroom teacher that you were in need of a new hero costume. We were honored to take on the challenge of making a new costume for you. You may find that this suit and your vigilante costume are different. We thought it was time for you to change up your style. Thank you for understanding. Plus, this one is way cooler. I throw the paper aside and sigh. I put the costume on, minus the gloves and mask. They'll just be in the way. When I have free time, I'm going to change a few things. I grab my red shoes and put them back on. The belt and the shoes match. I roll my eyes at the support course and their attention to detail. I walk back out. I'm ready, old man, I say. Then do it. Do what? I ask. That fancy move of yours that you did at the sports festival. I laugh. If I do that, I'll burn down your building, old man. Good grief, kids these days and their overconfidence, he sighs. Then, in an instant, he disappears, jumping from wall to wall. I'm losing patience, he yells before kicking my back. You're on, old man, I say, regaining my balance. He zooms past me and continues jumping from wall to wall. There has to be some sort of pattern or hint about where he's going to jump next, I think. He continues jumping around until he stops and lands on a microwave, smashing it. You couldn't see my true strength with that hit earlier? He asks. I can't believe the savior of Japan is this weak, he says, then continues to jump around. You're starting to get on my nerves, old man, I say, turning around and grabbing his leg before he can try to hit me again. This is payback for that hit earlier, I grin, using my telekinesis to throw him against the wall. Analysis and prediction, huh? He says, getting up. Your moves are easy to read, I shrug. He laughs and shakes his head. I guess I didn't give you enough credit, kid, but there is still stuff you need to work on. Oh yeah? I ask. Your control of your quirks is good, but there is more you could do if you tried. Your enemies aren't going to wait for you to get stronger over time. You have to get stronger now, he says, heading toward the doors. Where are you going? I ask. To get us some food. I'll leave the cleaning to you, he says, walking out. I roll my eyes and look around at the mess. There's nothing I can really do about the microwave, but I can try to fix the walls he smashed with my telekinesis. I repair the walls and clean up a few things. I take off my new costume and put on a sweatshirt and pants, then walk back out and wait for the old man to return. There is more I could do if I tried? What's that supposed to mean? I beat him. If anything, I should be telling him what he needs to do better. Shigaraki's POV. So you're the ones who got into UA, and you want me to join you? Yeah, you've got the experience, I shrug. What are you after? He asks. At the moment, I just want to take down All Might. After that, anything I don't like, I reply, pulling out a picture from my pocket. This kid, I want him to join too, and I heard you've run into him before, I say, showing him the picture of Midoriya Izuku. He stares at the picture and then looks back at me. I was foolish to be interested. You're the type of person I dislike the most, a guy with childish motives. Huh. He starts pulling out his swords. Deku's POV. The moment the old man got back, he fell asleep, leaving me to boredom. There's not much to do here. Earlier, I had written in my journal about what I've learned regarding the old man. Pro hero, Gran Torino. Background. A retired hero who wasn't well known but was able to teach All Might and work at UA for a year. He knows about One for All. Quirk, unknown name, allows the user to shoot air from their feet, granting incredible speed and jumping power. Gran Torino uses this quirk to move quickly and attack enemies before they can figure out where he is. Notes, he's strange. 1 minute he acts like a confused old man, and the next he's this smart, intimidating guy. He managed to land one hit on me, but I held my own. Rating, 8/10, he seems to know what he's doing, and I agree with All Might and Mirio that he's a bit intimidating for an old man. He's a good hero. Points taken away for the fact that I managed to beat him and that his comments get on my nerves. I wasn't able to write as much as usual since I've never heard of him until now. I sigh and stand up. I'm not going to just sit here and do nothing while I'm in Yamanashi. I walk into my room, grab my Vigilante costume from my bag, put it on, and head out. I walk around for a bit, thinking about what the old man said earlier about how I could do more if I tried. What more is there for me to do? He said it himself, I have good control of my quirk and know how to use it well. I think back to the sports festival and the USJ incident. I'm better at close combat, but I'm not bad at fighting from a distance. I continue walking and turn into an alley. I know I can use my telekinesis to fly somewhat, but what if I could do what the old man does? I stare at the walls of the buildings, jump onto one with my telekinesis, and try to stay on the wall. Then I look at the wall on the other side and jump again toward it. I continue this process until I make it to the top of the buildings. Good, now I've just got to do it 10 times faster, I mumble. I jump off the building and into the alley, landing softly with the help of my telekinesis. I look at the walls again and try again, faster. I'm so concentrated on my movements and trying to go faster that I don't notice the green sparks around my body until I take a break. What the heck? I say, looking at the sparks on my arms. But then I remember when my mom used to use her telekinesis to move toys around, little green sparks would appear when she concentrated on putting multiple away at a time. The sparks are bigger and brighter than the ones my mom used to get. Huh, interesting, I mutter, staring at the sparks. I jump off the wall and decide to call it a night, heading back. I walk back into the rundown building, take off my vigilante suit, and go to sleep. The next morning. Where'd you head off to last night, kid? The old man asks when I come out of my room. I thought you were asleep, I say. Don't overwork yourself on the first day, kid. I just went out to try something, I shrug, taking a seat at the table. We'll talk more about that later, but for now, let's eat, he says, taking out a box of frozen pastries. How are you going to warm those up with your broken microwave? I ask. He looks at me before nodding his head toward the box behind me. Open that box for me, would you? I get up from the table and walk over to the box. I open it to reveal a brand new microwave. How is this possible? I say. A frozen pastry hits me in the back of the head. Watch your language. I shake my head and take the microwave out of the box. I place it on the counter and plug it in. The old man is sitting at the table, tapping his hands on the surface. I grab the plate of frozen pastries, put it in the microwave, and pull it out after the beep. I place the plate in front of him and take a seat. I've been waiting all morning for this, he says, taking a bite. Gah, these are still cold. What kind of idiot doesn't know how to work a microwave? He shouts. This is going to be a long week. Chapter end. Deku POV. So this is what you were working on last night? The old man asks, staring at me as I show him the green sparks. Yep, my mom can create sparks too when she's really concentrating, but they're nothing like this, I reply. Probably because your quirk is stronger than hers. Can the sparks do anything? Not that I know of. They're just there, signaling that I'm really focused on my telekinesis. I shrug. He nods, thinking, then looks at me. Fight me again while doing that, he says, gesturing to the sparks. Prepare to be surprised, old man, I say. The fight starts like it did last time, except now I'm ready for his attacks and able to dodge them. I try using my telekinesis to stop the old man, but he's too quick for me to get a good grasp on him. This continues for a bit, him jumping around and attacking while I stand in the same spot, dodging. This is taking too long, I think. I need to find an opening to land a good hit on him. I see the couch out of the corner of my eye and make a run for it, diving underneath. The old man sees this and jumps toward it, but just as he does, I use my telekinesis to push the couch upward, sending him crashing into the ceiling. Gah. All right, you got me. Now put me down, he yells, stuck between the couch and the ceiling. I gently set him and the couch down and get up from the floor. Who treats an old man like that? Torino says, shaking his head. I smile a bit, realizing I'm actually improving by staying with this guy. Well, it's settled. We're going out. Tonight, Torino announces. Out. I ask. That's what I said, out. And wear your new costume, not the vigilante one. Why? Because we don't need the attention. No one's seen you wear it, so no one will know who you are. I agree with him and walk off to my room. I grab the costume made by the support course and a pair of scissors. I made my own costume from scratch, so I have a vague idea of what I'm doing. I take the scissors and cut off the sleeves of the costume, then I trim the white gloves so they only cover my hands. I hold up the costume and look it over. The color isn't bad. It'll definitely make me stand out more than my vigilante costume. The only thing bothering me is the silly bunny ears. I like the idea of a hood, But if I cut the ears off, there will be holes and I don't have my sewing stuff to fix it. I shake my head and set it aside for now. I examine the other pieces of the costume. The mask is alright. It's metal but not a gas mask like my vigilante mask. I put it over my head but don't press it directly onto my face. I notice it has holes in it. I wonder if I could breathe fire through it? I put it over my face and blow out a small stream of fire. The flames flow through the mask and out of the holes. I grin widely. The support course actually made something useful for me. In the end, I cut a few things here and there and changed the costume to my liking. Picture this, a tealish green tank top with black stripes and a hood with odd bunny-like features, matching pants with a red belt, white gloves, a metal mask, red shoes, and black knee pads. That's my new costume. I'm actually kind of proud of how it turned out. After this internship, I'll do something about the ears. A few hours later. Come on, kid, let's go fight some villains. Torino says, walking out the door. Why exactly are we doing this again? I ask, following him. If you only fight me while you're here, you're going to pick up some weird habits, he replies, walking down the steps. Well, I was planning on going out anyway, so this works, I shrug. Leaving without my permission, huh? He chuckles. Just because I'm on an internship doesn't mean villains are going to stop and wait for me to finish. Of course, I was going to go out, I say. Well, don't get too excited. It's not like we're going to run into anything big. He stops by the street and calls a car over. What do you mean, we're not going to run into anything big? I ask as we get into the car. The place we're going has a decreasing population, meaning the crime rate is low. That's boring though, I mumble. You need to know this. Most agencies are in areas with high populations. The higher the population, the more crime there is. I know that. In Shibuya, there are small fights that break out on a daily basis, he continues, ignoring me. Shibuya? Wait, Shibuya as in the one in Tokyo? I ask. Nchim, he replies. We'll have to take the bullet train from Kofu heading to Shinjuku? Yep. That means we'll pass Hosu City. I haven't received a text from Todoroki about Ida yet, meaning he hasn't seen him so far. He has texted me at random moments just asking how my internship is going. I've decided he's not a bad guy, he just has some issues. Well, dad issues to be exact. However, his internship with his father seems to be going well so far, according to him. Ida POV. Hey, this is kind of hard to ask, but… I say, facing Manuel. You're after the hero killer, right? I freeze. I couldn't think of another reason you would come to my agency. Not that I'm not happy you're here. It's just that I happened to get a message from a friend of mine telling me about how you felt about the whole situation. What friend? I ask. I can't think of anyone Manuel would be friends with that I would know. And the only person who caught on to my plans was Midoriya. Deku, he says. You're friends with Deku? Well, maybe not so much friends, but we've met a few times. Back when he was wanted by the police, I would chase him sometimes, trying to catch him. I never did though, he laughs. Of course Midoriya would just happen to know Manuel. As a hero, you shouldn't act on personal grudges. Heroes don't have the authority to arrest people, you know. He pauses for a moment before becoming anxious. Not saying the hero killer shouldn't be arrested. It's just that I don't want you to get hurt. You seem like a good kid, and I don't want you to get too caught up in this. No, you and Midoriya are right. I shouldn't be trying to get revenge, it's not something a hero would do, I reply. Manuel lets out a sigh of relief and nods. Deku's a good guy. He must care a lot about you. He texts me almost every 2 hours asking how you are because you won't answer him. A wave of guilt washes over me as I take in Manuel's words. I don't bite, the green-haired boy teases. I walk over hesitantly. A hero should be good at meeting new people. Idatenya, it's a pleasure to meet you, I say, holding out my hand. He smiles and shakes it. Swearing isn't something a hero in training should be proud of. You and Bakugo need to fix that bad habit immediately, I exclaim as Midoriya curses in front of the class. He puts his fingers to his temples. I'm trying to see things from your point of view, but I can't stick my head that far up my own, he says. Some of our classmates laugh. I feel my face getting hot. He stands up and pats me on the shoulder. Don't take it too personally, and I do hope we can become good friends, he says. I nod my head. But I gotta tell you, your lack of swearing makes me a bit uncomfortable. That he's not too bad, I suppose, but it would be a bad example to laugh. Hey, Prez. Oh, Midoriya, it's you, I say, relieved it's him and not a teacher. He looks me up and down before saying, you know, this isn't the only sports festival you'll be able to participate in. There's always next year and the year after. I leave, he says firmly, but the look in his eyes reveals that he isn't actually mad, he's concerned. I stand up and he pats me on the shoulder. Go see your brother. I'll tell Aizawa that something came up, he says. Thank you, Midoriya. Hey, Prez. I turn around quickly. Oh, hey, Midoriya. Are you doing all right? He asks. Yes, why do you ask? I heard about your brother. I'm sorry, Prez, he says. There's no need to apologize, Midoriya. You had nothing to do with it. How is he? He asks. He's good. Nothing to worry about, I say, stopping myself from revealing the truth. I nod and turn to walk away, but he grabs my shoulder. Ida, revenge is never the answer, he says. Deku POV. It's pretty late, old man. You going to be good and not fall asleep on me? I ask. Bah. This is when things get interesting. There's more crime activity at night, you know, he replies. I shake my head and grab my phone. Using your smartphone while sitting next to someone. Kids these days, Torino says, shaking his head. No, I'm checking in on Manuel, I explain. Manuel, he asks. A hero one of my friends is interning under. Isn't it a little weird that you're texting him? He questions. We have a mutual understanding. My friend wants to get revenge for his brother, so I'm trying to keep an eye on him. The explosive one? I laugh. No, his name is Ida Tenya. Before Torino can say anything else, a passenger yells out, Hey, look! A building just exploded. What? Where? What are they talking about? I say, looking behind us. There's smoke coming from over there, someone else yells. Passengers, please hold on to your seats, the intercom announces. The train stops abruptly, and I lurch into the seat in front of me. Gah! I yell. I hear a crash and quickly get up to look behind me, spotting a hero. What is this thing, he yells. An arm grabs him and slams him down. A Nomu. This is bad. What is that? Someone screams. It's a Nomu, I say, getting up. No, sit down. Torino yells at me. I've beaten one of their guys before. No, watch over the passengers, he insists. Before I can argue, he jumps around the train, kicking the Nomu out and using his quirk to blast it into a building. I rush to the new hole made in the train, ready to jump after him, but then I look to the right. Holy cow! Next chapter is going to get interesting. I was going to keep writing, but this seems like a good place to stop. I also wanted to include Ida's point of view just to change things a bit. Hope you're enjoying the story. Ida POV. Villains? Okay, we're on our way. Let's go, Tenya. Manuel says, breaking into a run. Villains? It couldn't be him, could it? No, the hero killer likes to hide in the shadows, not cause commotion. This is something else. I follow Manuel and run after him. We keep running until I see an alleyway and stop. He wouldn't be causing chaos, he'd be doing things out of the public eye. I take off running into the alley. There he is. I run faster and jump to kick him, but he uses his sword to knock off my helmet. I crash into the ground. A kid in a hero costume? Go away, this isn't a place for kids, he says. Hero killer Stain, I say. That's you, right? I yell. He looks me up and down before pointing his sword at me. Do you seek vengeance? I can see it in your eyes. Be careful about your next words, kid. If I have to, I will hurt you. Are you saying I'm not even worthy of fighting? I yell in anger. I begin to stand up. I'm the younger brother of a hero you attacked, the younger brother of an amazing older brother. I'm here to do what he can't anymore. I cry angrily. Take the name for me, Tenya. You will remember my name as long as you live. Ingenium, The name of the hero who will defeat you. Is that so? He asks. Yes. Die. Deku POV. Holy cow, I whisper, looking at the fire. Everyone, calm down and get back into your seats. The heroes will be here soon, the attendant yells. I'm going out, I tell him. What? Are you crazy? He yells at me. I put my mask over my face and hop out of the train, starting to run. The Nomu that attacked the train doesn't look like the one from the USJ. It was uglier. That means that the villain has made more. How many more though? I activate my telekinesis and lift myself into the air, small green sparks appearing, but I pay no mind to them. I've got two options. Go find Torino or head toward the chaos. I have faith in Torino, he should be okay. I use my telekinesis and fly over toward the fire. I land on the ground and see a truck thrown into the air. I grab it with my telekinesis and move it aside. Tenya! I look to see Manuel and a few other heroes running around a group of Nomus. Tenya! Where are you? Manuel yells. Manuel! Use your quirk to put the fire out. A hero shouts at him. Kid, you're in the way. Get out of here, a hero tells me. Is that any way to talk to your savior? I ask. The hero turns to face me. Yes, pleasure to meet you. Now could you move? You're in the way, I say, cutting her off. Curse this new costume. People can't recognize me in this fancy outfit. I run past the hero and go straight toward a Nomu. Hey, over here, ugly, I yell. It turns toward me and starts running my way. I pull my mask down and blow out a blast of fire. It screams and falls to the ground. I don't stop until it stops moving. I put my mask back up as smoke starts to come out of the corners of my mouth. I walk over to the Nomu. I'm sorry things ended this way for you, I say, then turn around and run toward Manuel. Deku, he asks. Just, where's Prez? I don't know. 1 minute we were running, and the next thing I knew, he was gone. I'm sorry, Deku, he says. Tell me where you were running on the way here. The last time I knew he was behind me was when we were running past some alleys, he says. That idiot, I say angrily. I hear a crash behind me and see a hero fighting another Nomu. I can't just leave now. SHT. I yell, running toward them. Todoroki POV. No matter what you say, you're still just the criminal who hurt my brother. Ida yells. In a split second, the hero killer looks my way, but before he can react, I send a blast of fire at him, making him release Ida. I run faster as he starts to get back up and stand in front of Ida. Todoroki? Ida asks in disbelief. Midoriya was right, I mutter. What? He asks again. I turn my head to look at him. He was right, you were going to go after the hero killer. He doesn't meet my eyes. Can you move? I ask. No, ever since he cut me, I haven't been able to move. Must have something to do with his quirk, I mutter. I look over and see another person, a hero most likely. Darn it, if it were just Ida, I would carry him away, but now there's someone else involved. Don't get involved, Todoroki. This is my fight. Ida yells. What? I ask, confused. Your friend came to save you. How ironic. Too bad he's going to have to face the consequences too, Stain says, gripping one of his knives. I know I can't handle this alone. Text me your location, and if I find Prez first, I'll do the same. With my hand behind my back, I slowly pull my phone from my pocket and send my location to Midoriya and my father. Before I left my father to deal with the Nomus, I told him to send help to the alley once he was done. We were chasing a Nomu when I heard someone yelling, and I told him to go on without me. Now I just have to wait for either of them to arrive while protecting both Ida and the hero. No, run away. This has nothing to do with you, Todoroki. Ida shouts. If I do that, then I can't call myself a hero. And it's not just you, Ida. If I leave, then you and that hero are in danger. I shout back. Stain laughs, a mocking sound that sends chills down my spine. I'm not good at close combat, so I'll have to do what I can from here. I send a blast of ice toward him, aiming for his feet. If I can freeze him in place, then I can get these two out of here. Whoosh, a knife flies past my face, grazing my cheek but not causing serious harm. I retaliate with a blast of fire, but in an instant he's behind me with the knife in hand. He licks the blade and I feel a chill run through me. Todoroki! Ida yells. I'll admit you're not bad. Avoiding close combat was a smart move, but you're still just a kid, Stain says as he strides past me toward Ida. No. Stop. I yell as he approaches. Just as he's about to strike Ida again, a blast of fire shoots toward him. Why do you all keep getting in my way today? Stain yells in frustration. Are you not happy to see me, old buddy? A voice calls out. Stain's eyes narrow as he glares at the person behind me. What are you doing here? He asks. Answering my friend's text message, comes the reply. Midoriya? I say, unable to turn my head fully to see him. Nope, it's Deku, Midoriya says as he walks up next to me. Leave here, Deku, Stain commands. Stain, my man, how've you been? Midoriya asks with a smile, as if they are old friends. Leave. Stain yells. The smile fades from Midoriya's face as he extends one hand toward the hero on the ground and the other toward Ida. Using his telekinesis, he lifts them both and sets them down behind him. I'm not going anywhere, he says, glaring at Stain. You too, Midoriya? Both you and Todoroki need to stay out of this. I took the name Ingenium. This is my fight. Stain insists. Shut up, Ida. Midoriya yells. I don't think I've ever heard Midoriya call Ida by his name. He usually refers to him as Prez. You say you took the name Ingenium? Look at you. The Ingenium I saw before never had that look on his face. I say. Ida remains silent. What's your blood type? Midoriya whispers. Type of. Why? I respond. A smile spreads across his face. Because you'll be able to help me out soon, he says, then starts walking toward the hero killer. It's about time we had a rematch, Stain. It almost makes me sad to see a true hero like you fall to foolishness, Stain replies. I don't know whether to feel honored or disgusted that you see me as a true hero, Midoriya says. Stain glares at him before reaching for his knives. Midoriya notices this and uses his telekinesis to disarm Stain, causing the weapons to float around him and spin at high speed. You're getting slower, hero killer, Midoriya smirks. With a flick of his wrist, he sends the knives flying towards Stain. Some hit their mark, while others he manages to dodge. Stain seems unfazed by the wounds and pulls one out of his arm before hurling it at Midoriya. Midoriya! I yell. He dodges the first knife, but the second one strikes him in the leg. Ugh, he exclaims. Before he can react, Stain yanks the knife from his leg and licks the blood off it. Come on! Midoriya shouts, frozen in place. Much better than last time, Deku. I'll give you that, but you're still weak, Stain hisses. Stain turns and heads toward Ida again. Some good friends you've got there, Ingenium. Too bad they risked their lives for nothing, he says, stepping on Ida. I glance at Midoriya. He's pale and breathing heavily, but the sparks around him grow brighter. I recall the sports festival when he faced that general studies student. Midoriya was supposed to be unable to break free from the brainwashing. Is that what he's trying to do now? My finger twitches slightly. Because you'll be able to help me out soon. I understand now, Stain's quirk is linked to blood type. While Stain has his back turned, I try to move my arm, and to my relief, I can. I create an icicle and aim for him from behind, but he dodges just in time. Blood type O, I presume, he says. I remain silent. Ha! I'm free. Midoriya exclaims as he stands up. 2 against 1? Stain says, his voice dripping with disdain. Is that too hard for you? Midoriya teases. He crouches into a running position and begins jumping from wall to wall at incredible speeds, the green sparks around him glowing brightly. As he distracts Stain, I send more ice toward him. Midoriya leaps at Stain with his fist engulfed in flames, attempting to strike, but Stain dodges and tries to counterattack. I block him with ice, and Midoriya extends his hand, using his telekinesis to lift Stain into the air. It would be a shame if I were to let go, don't you think? Midoriya asks, a determined glint in his eye. Stain retaliates by throwing a knife at Midoriya, hitting him in the leg again. Ugh! Midoriya grunts. Would you stop doing that? Midoriya shouted, frustration evident in his voice. It was strange how Stain kept targeting the same spot. You're the one who chose to fight with an injury, Stain taunted. Midoriya glared at Stain, anger boiling within him, before he dropped his hand. Stain stumbled but managed to regain his balance. Darn it, Midoriya muttered, pulling the knife from his leg and tossing it aside. Wait, I began, but Stain lunged for the knife, liking the blood off its blade. I'm going to be sick, Midoriya declared, his eyes fixed on Stain. Deku's POV. I was in deep trouble. Stain kept aiming for my injured leg, which he somehow knew was vulnerable. I felt paralyzed again, and the sight of Stain liking my blood made my stomach churn. Todoroki continued to engage Stain, launching blasts of fire and ice at him. Midoriya! Todoroki called as he unleashed another wave of flames. Just a second. I yelled back. We didn't have time for me to wait for Stain's quirk to wear off. Sure, I was blood type O, but we couldn't waste any more time. I focused, channeling the energy I had used earlier when fighting Shinso. I stood on my good leg, trying to rejoin the fight, but I stumbled. Come on! I shouted, frustrated. By my own weakness. Please stop. Ida started, but Todoroki cut him off. If you want us to stop, then get up. Get your act together, Ida. I yelled, trying to encourage him. I knew I was a supportive friend. I managed to stand again, but black dots danced in my vision, forcing me to grab the wall for support. Midoriya? Todoroki called out again, concern in his voice. The world spun around me, and I struggled to see straight. I'm going to be sick, I said for the second time in this fight, and this time it was true. I turned to the side and lost my lunch. Goodbye lunch. Are you okay, Midoriya? Todoroki yelled, panic evident in his tone. Obviously not. I replied, wiping my mouth. I felt slightly better now, and the black dots were gone. Stain was engaged in a one-on-one fight with Todoroki. I noticed that Stain had somehow retrieved some of his weapons. Using my telekinesis, I seized them all and aimed them at Stain, sending them flying. Almost all of them hit their mark, causing him to double over. This is it, Stain. Just give up now, I said, my voice firm. He didn't respond, and it took me a moment to realize he had passed out. Ida finally stood up, avoiding our gaze. I limped over to him, and he looked up at me with sad eyes. He began, but I interrupted him. I don't care. You could have died. And for what? If you had died, it would have been for nothing. I told you not to do this, and you did anyway. You fool. I shouted, my anger boiling over. Midoriya, please, he tried again. No, we're done here, Ida. I don't want to hear anything else from you, I said firmly. Ida's POV. No, we're done here, Ida. I don't want to hear anything else from you, Midoriya said. I wished he would yell at me again, tell me how much of an idiot I was for endangering not only my life but the lives of others as well. But most of all, I wished he hadn't called me Ida. Hearing him call me, that felt like a punch to the gut, and a wave of guilt washed over me as I fully grasped what I had gotten myself into. I had almost tried to kill Stain. That's not what a hero does. A hero doesn't seek revenge. I was a poor excuse for a hero. No, I wasn't even a hero yet. I was just a student at UA without a hero license. If I had actually managed to kill Stain, then what? I doubted I would have been praised, I would have been expelled or even arrested. I glanced at Todoroki, who stared at me with a blank expression. Midoriya limped over to the hero Stain had attacked and helped him up. The hero insisted on carrying Midoriya, but he refused. After some light bickering, Midoriya agreed to use the hero for support to walk. None of them looked at me. Todoroki grabbed some rope and tied Stain up, ensuring all of Stain's weapons were out of reach in case he woke up. I followed the others as they exited the alley. Todoroki dragged Stain by the rope while Midoriya and the hero leaned on each other for support. I kept my head down, filled with guilt, embarrassment, and utter shame as I trailed behind. When we emerged from the alley, we heard voices yelling. I found them, a woman shouted as she ran toward us. It turned out Todoroki's father had sent some heroes to our location, including the hero Midoriya had intended to help. I told you to stay on the train, the older hero yelled. No, you told me to watch the passengers. I did that and then went to where there was a city on fire. Midoriya shot back. They continued arguing before Midoriya apologized, and the older hero smiled, shaking his head. You've got the heart of a true hero, Toshinori. Midoriya, he corrected with a small smile. Whatever, Tajida, the older hero replied. Midoriya stopped using the hero as support when an ambulance arrived, allowing the hero to go in first. He was already injured when we got here. He should be treated first, Midoriya explained. Now that I think about it, what happened to you kids anyway? A hero asked. Todoroki stepped aside, revealing Stain wrapped in rope and unconscious. They stared at him in horror. But you guys are just kids. How? Midoriya extended his hand to the hero. Japan's savior and all-around best hero, Deku, pleasure to meet you, he introduced himself. Again, you're just a kid. And weren't you arrested? The hero asks. It's a long story, Midoriya shrugs, cutting him off. Midoriya begins to explain what happened when Todoroki suddenly shouts, "Duck!" Since when are there ducks in Midoriya starts, but then he is lifted into the air by a Nomu. Come on! Midoriya yells as he is hoisted upward into the sky by the creature. In a flash, the Nomu begins to free fall, and Midoriya screams. A knife zooms past him and strikes the Nomu, incapacitating it. It crashes to the ground, and Midoriya lies motionless a short distance away. Stain stands before the Nomu, his movements sluggish but his presence commanding. No one moves or speaks, we all just stare at the man in front of us. He takes a breath and begins to yell, "The hero society has fallen. No heroes are true anymore. You're all fakes. The only true heroes left in this world are All Might and Deku. The rest of you are nothing but," he stops mid-sentence, frozen in place. Deku's POV. My leg is officially messed up. What did you expect? That I would magically be fine and just return to my regular life with a few scrapes and bruises? That's not what happened. I got to see a whole new world with a Nomu and then got saved by the hero killer. I love my life, please take note of the heavy sarcasm. Anyway, the word about Stain is that a broken rib pierced his lung. Let's just say he won't be coming back anytime soon. After that whole ordeal, Todoroki, Prez, and I were brought to the hospital. Out of us, Todoroki was the least injured. He only had a few jabs in the arm and some scratches. Prez got his arm hurt and lost some blood. Don't worry, he'll live. For now, at least, until I can get my hands on him. I don't want to brag, but I was probably the most injured of the three. Not only was my leg stabbed multiple times, but a few of my ribs were broken from that Nomu. I know, I'm amazing. A day after being in the hospital, the chief of police came to visit us. You three are the ones who took out the hero killer, correct? He asks. What is it to you? I reply. You're aware that you and your friends not only disobeyed the orders of your heroes but also used your quirks without our permission or a hero license, the chief states matter-of-factly. Todoroki looks outraged. Did you expect us to sit and do nothing while he attacked our friend? You mean your friend who went looking for the hero killer? Todoroki looks like he's about to say something else but stops himself. The chief sighs. I'm not here to arrest you or anything, even though I could. I'm here to offer a deal. Deal? I ask. Yes, you have two options. 1. Take the credit for defeating the hero killer but end up in jail for using your quirks without approval. Or the second option, give all the credit to Deku and say you were attacked by the hero killer and Deku saved you. That's basically what happened, Prez mutters. Second option then? The chief asks. Yeah, I say, not wanting to see what the other two think. Well, let me say this to you then. Thank you for what you have done, he says before turning and walking out. I sigh and flop onto my bed. This is boring, I mumble. I reach for my phone, still no new messages. I'm actually happy about this. I don't want my mom or Katsuki to text me. I don't want them to know about this at all, actually. Katsuki will be angry I didn't tell him about Ida like I did for Todoroki, and my mom will be upset that I almost died. I stare at the ceiling as the three of us sit in awkward silence. So, Prez, have you learned your lesson? I say out of boredom. I need to do something, and if that means talking to Prez and Todoroki, so be it. Yes, I have, Prez says quietly. What did you learn? I ask, feeling him staring at me as I continue to look at the ceiling. That revenge isn't the answer and that I shouldn't act on selfish reasons, he replies. That's good, I say. More awkward silence. I sit up and try to get off the bed, but as soon as I put weight on my leg, I fall. Midoriya, what are you doing? Todoroki asks. I'm going back to Gran Torino to continue my internship. I'm not going to waste my time here sitting around doing nothing, I say, getting back up. You can barely walk, Midoriya. You can't just go back to your internship, Ida says. Don't tell me what I can and can't do, Prez, I say sharply. I head slowly toward the bathroom and change out of the hospital gown into a pair of jeans and a white t-shirt I found. I regain my composure and walk back into the room. I limp a bit on my leg but try to keep it as discreet as possible. I leave the room and walk to the front desk. Excuse me. I hear someone yell behind me. I turn around and see a nurse. Can I help you? I ask politely, as if I'm not trying to leave the hospital without permission. Yes, actually. Could you tell me who you were just visiting? We need to keep track. Of course. I was visiting my classmates who were recently attacked by the hero killer, Ida Tenya, Todoroki Shoto, and Midoriya Izuku, I say. Thank you. And I'm sorry about your friends. No problem. And thank you, they gave me quite a scare. It's a good thing I was in the area. I wave to the nurse and then walk out of the hospital. I've got 2 more days before I have to go back to UA, and I'm going to make the most of them. Deku's POV. Thanks for everything, old man, I say. I stayed with Gran Torino for the last few days of my internship. We didn't do much, but it was definitely better than the hospital. I don't think I did anything you need to thank me for, he replies. I think about it for a moment. Yeah, you're right. It was mostly me. He glares at me. Don't test me, kid. I laugh. See ya. I turn around and start walking away. Hey, kid, Torino calls out. I glance back at him. How are you? He asks in his old man voice. I give him an annoyed look. This again? Midoriya Izuku. No. No? What do you mean no? That's my name. No, it's not. I would remember it if it was, he says. Midoriya Izuku, I repeat. Incorrect. I stare at him, then sigh. Deku. He smiles and walks back into the beat-up building. Old people and their silly goodbyes, I mumble as I walk away. I pull out my phone and watch the latest news report. Vigilante Deku has done it again. Just a few nights ago, the brave hero took down the hero killer, Stain, along with saving 2 heroes in training and pro hero, Native. We haven't been able to get Deku for any commentary on what happened, as usual, but we can say that if you're watching Deku, thank you. I turn off my phone and smile. The brave hero. Please, I was terrified. The next day. Ah, your hair. Kirishima and Siro laugh. Stop laughing. My hair has gotten used to it and won't go back. Shut up. I'll get you. Katsuki yells. I'd like to see you try with that hair, I laugh. What did you say? Katsuki screams, his hair poofing back to its original state. It's back. Kirishima and Siro howl with laughter. The others talk about their internships while Katsuki grabs the collar of my shirt and playfully tries to attack me. Speaking of interesting internships, is it true what they're saying on the news, Midoriya? Denki asks. The class quiets down and stares at me. What's he talking about, Deku? Katsuki asks. The hero killer. You fought him, right? Denki continues. Yeah, I say. I was worried, Momo says. Why? I ask. You never answered anybody's texts, she replies. Oh yeah, I was kind of hoping you guys would forget if I didn't answer, I admit. It's all over the news, Midoriya. There's no way we'd forget, Sato says. That's amazing that you did that, Midoriya. Hagakure says. Who were the 2 heroes in training you saved? Kirishima asks. I glance at Todoroki and Ida. You too? Really? Kirishima says in disbelief. They both nod slightly. I also saw on the news that Stain was connected to the League of Villains, right? Imagine if he was at the USJ. Ojiro shudders. Yeah, but did you guys see that video on Stain? It tells you about how single-minded he is and stuff. It almost makes him seem kind of cool, Kaminari says. I stare at him. Cool. I repeat. Oh crap. Sorry, Kaminari says, covering his mouth. I understand how people could think he's cool, Prez says, breaking the awkward silence. Oh yeah, Prez? I ask. I suppose, but he still chose to do bad things as a result of what he believed. No matter what he thought, hurting people is still wrong, he says. Now it is time to commence class. Everyone take your seats. Prez yells. I almost forgot how seriously you take being class president, I mumble. And he's back to being loud, Tokoyami complains. This is all because you talked about weird stuff, Kaminari, Jiro whispers. Sorry, Kaminari replies. Later in the day. I am here. All Might yells. He actually teaches here? Long time no see, everyone. Today is basic hero training. We're going to have a fun rescue training race, he yells. That fun? Shouldn't we go to the USJ if we're doing rescue training? Prez asks, raising his hand. That's training for disasters. Besides, this is a race. All Might says enthusiastically. Behind him is a huge pipe obstacle course. This school is really trying to challenge us. Welcome to Field Gamma. An obstacle course filled with factories and pipes to create a labyrinth. We'll break you up into 4 groups of 5 people and have you race one another to find the area where the distress signal is coming from. You'll all start from the outskirts of the city. First to find me wins. All Might explains. Please keep damage to a minimum, he adds, pointing at Katsuki. Don't point at me, Katsuki mumbles. He's too scared to talk back in front of his hero. Wimp. I'm part of the group going first. All Might lets us into the maze and gives us each a spot to start. The people I'm racing against are Ojiro, Prez, Siro, and Mina. Siro is probably the only real threat here since Prez is still injured and Mina and Ojiro's quirks aren't exactly suited for this kind of challenge. I don't want to be cocky or anything, but I'm winning this. Bakugu POV. Shouldn't Ida be sitting out? He's injured, isn't he? One of the extras comments. The screen shows the faces of the people in the maze. Izuku has a confident grin on his face. Midoriya is kind of at a disadvantage, don't you think? Momo says. I look at her strangely. Deku? Having a disadvantage? Please. This is nothing for that guy. Maybe, but I'm not really sure how it'll go, Earphones adds. Who do you think will win? I think it'll be Siro. TJapan Hair says. I'm going to have to go with Ojiro, Denki admits. I think Ishido. She's really athletic, Grape says. I've got my money on Deku, I say. Even if he's injured, I think Ida's got this, Uraraka says. Start. All Might yells and a horn goes off. From the screen, we watch the group. Siro's in the lead so far, Mina is sliding on the pipes, Ojiro is jumping from his tail, Ida's running decently for a guy who just got injured, and Deku is nowhere to be seen on the screen. The camera shows Siro again with the first place title beside him. I knew it. Siro's going to win. TJapan Hair yells. In a flash, the first place title by Siro's picture turns into second, and the horn goes off. What happened? Denki asks, confused. The screen changes to where All Might was hiding, with Deku standing next to him, that confident grin still on his face. The winner is Midoriya. All Might yells. I smirk at the class. Told ya. Chapter end. Deku POV. Thank you for saving me. All Might exclaims, handing me a sash. I nod, accepting the sash and tucking it into my pocket. All Might turns to the other 4. Young Midoriya may have been first, but based on what I saw at the start of the year and now, it is clear that you all have made incredible improvements. Keep preparing for your final exams, you 5, he says proudly. Sir. The others respond in unison, while I nod, not fully paying attention. All right, Group 2, you're next. All Might announces. As the others start to head back, I begin to follow them when All Might stops me. Great job, young Midoriya. That was an excellent performance, he shouts with a smile. Thanks. I reply. He nods and turns around. Meet me after class, we need to talk, he whispers. Oh great, another secret meeting. I just nod again and return to join the rest of the class. That was some tough training today, huh? Sato comments as we head into the locker rooms to change out of our hero outfits. A few nod in agreement, while others discuss what they need to improve on. The races were interesting to watch. My personal favorite was in Group 3 when Tsuyu outmaneuvered Katsuki and reached All Might just in time. The look on his face was priceless. Hey, Midoriya. I glanced down to see Mineta waving his hand to get my attention. You won't believe what I just found. It's a jackpot. I follow his gaze to a small hole in the wall that was previously hidden behind a piece of paper. The previous generation has given us a gift. Mineta shouts, drawing the attention of the others. You know what's next door, right? The girls' locker room, he continues. Don't even think about it. Peeping on them is wrong. Prez yells, gesturing emphatically. Then you'll have to throw me in solitary confinement because you can't stop me. Mineta declares, tearing the paper from the wall. He starts drooling and moves closer to the hole, while the rest of us stare at him as he rambles on about the girls. Suddenly, an earphone jack pierces his eye, and he begins to scream. I burst out laughing. Ha! What did you think was going to happen when you were shouting about a peephole with a girl who has super hearing next door? I say, trying to hold back tears. Jiro POV. The previous generation has given us a gift. I stop changing and look up. Something wrong, Jiro? Hagakure asks. Did you hear that? I reply. Hear what? I walk over to the wall connected to the guy's locker room and plug one of my earphone jacks into it. You know what's next door, right? The girls' locker room. Oh, of course, it's Mineta. Don't even think about it. Peeping on them is wrong. Ida's voice rings out. Then you'll have to throw me in solitary confinement because you can't stop me. Mineta shouts again, continuing his rant about the girls. That creep. I exclaim, shoving my other jack into the hole. I hear Mineta scream and then laughter. Ha! What did you think was going to happen when you were shouting about a peephole with a girl who has super hearing next door? Midoriya laughs. What happened, Jiro? Uraraka asks. That creep found a peephole, I reply. Despicable. We'll close up this hole immediately. Yaoyorozu declares. Thanks, Jiro, Mina adds. Why am I the only one he didn't say anything about? Deku POV. Where are you going, Midoriya? The bell rang, Todoroki says as I walk out the door, heading toward the meeting place with All Might and Mirio. I just need to check in on something with Nizu for my patrols. I'll see you tomorrow, I say. He nods and walks away. I arrive at the meeting place and open the door. All Might and Mirio are seated next to each other on the couch. Seeing All Might in his smaller form surprises me. This is my first time seeing it. If Mirio weren't here too, I might have thought I walked into the wrong room. Come have a seat, All Might says seriously. I walk over and take a seat in front of them. What's this about? I ask, settling down. Well, All Might and I have been discussing it, and we thought we should tell you more about One for All, Mirio explains. Okay, why? It's your quirk, so why do I need to know more about it? I question. Based on how things went with the hero killer and the League, it's clear that you're a target for villains. I cut All Might off. I've always been a target for villains. I'm a vigilante who's taken down multiple villain organizations. Of course, I'm a target, I say, leaning back in my chair. Well, yes, but there's a greater villain we're worried about. All for One, you see. I interrupt again. Does this All for One have something to do with One for All? Yes, I stop Mirio as he begins to explain for All Might. I don't want to know, I state firmly. They both look at me, confused. But young Midoriya. No, if you think I'll eventually become a target for this guy, then the more I know about One for All, the more danger I'll be in. I appreciate both of your concern, but this is your fight. I want nothing to do with it unless it affects me or those I care about. I know it seems selfish, But please keep in mind, I'm not a hero, I say, standing up. I see. Well, if that's how you feel, young Midoriya, I'll respect that, All Might replies. Mirio nods in agreement and stands. No matter what you say, Midoriya, I think you're a hero, along with the rest of Japan. If you ever change your mind, don't hesitate to come to me, he says, extending his hand. I shake my head in slight disbelief and take his hand, shaking it firmly. He smiles. I nod to both of them and walk out of the room. All for one, I've never heard of him. With a name like that, of course, he has something to do with One for All. It's literally the one and all switched around. I sigh, not wanting to be mixed up in All Might's problems, no matter how selfish that sounds. The hero killer was already bad enough to deal with, and I had planned on ignoring him too until Prez had to go and be reckless, which pulled me in. But let's face it, eventually, I'm going to get curious and go to Mirio. But with everything going on with patrol and final exams, I have too much on my plate to deal with one more thing. I'll get through final exams first, then I'll learn more about this all for one guy. No matter what you say, Midoriya, I think you're a hero, along with the rest of Japan. I'm just a guy taking the law into my own hands, I'm not a hero. Deku POV. That's all for today. Keep in mind that you only have another week until final exams. I'm sure you're all studying for it, but don't forget to keep training as well. The written exam is only one part, there's also the practical part you need to worry about. Good luck, Aizawa says unenthusiastically before closing the door. I've barely even taken notes this semester. Denki and Mina exclaim. I shake my head at the two of them. They're both good at hero training, but when it comes to school, they struggle a bit. Mina plays it off like it's no big deal while Denki panics. We haven't had much free time with everything going on, Tokoyami agrees. We barely learned anything during our midterms, so I'm kind of worried about these. They probably won't go easy on us, Sato tells Koda, who nods in agreement. Mineta laughs. As someone who ranked in the top 10, I'm not all that worried about it. I roll my eyes at his cockiness. He just barely made it into the top 10. What? You were 9th in the midterms. Mina and Denki shout. Little creeps like you are supposed to be kind of clueless. Who's going to love you now? Denki cries. Mineta smirks. Everyone, trust me. I sigh. If you two want to go to the training camp, then you're going to have to find someone to help you catch up. They look at me with pleading eyes. Could you? No, I'm too busy. Good luck, though, I say, trying to be as encouraging as Aizawa. As class representative, I have high hopes that every one of us will make UA proud, Ida says. It's pretty hard to fail if you just pay attention in class, isn't it? Todoroki adds. Why do you three have to cut me down like that? Denki groans. Hey, don't worry about it, you two. I can help you with the important topics, Yaoyorozu offers. You're the best. Mina and Denki cheer. Unfortunately, I won't be able to help you with the practical part, though, Yaoyorozu sighs sadly. Her confidence in hero training has dipped since the sports festival. I feel bad for her, considering how cool her quirk is. It just doesn't seem suited for the training we do, which is frustrating because it can be useful in so many ways as a hero. I've been studying, but could you help me out too? I've been having some trouble understanding quadratic functions, Jiro says as she walks over to Yaoyorozu. Oh, me too. Please. Classical Japanese is killing me. Shiro adds. Do you have room for one more? I'm falling a bit behind. Ojiro joins in. Pretty please. Shiro and Ojiro plead. Yaoyorozu gasps. This is wonderful. Yes, let's do it. All right, the three exclaim. It's settled. We'll hold a study session at my place over the weekend. Yaoyorozu declares. Seriously? I can't wait to see your fancy house. Mina says excitedly. Yaoyorozu starts gushing about plans while the others listen intently as she talks about her ideas. When we're finished, you'll all be model students, she says happily. Kirishima smirks at Katsuki. Sounds like I should be studying with her. You think I don't know enough? Maybe I should knock some sense into you. Katsuki grumbles. Kirishima laughs at the threat. I'm counting on it. It frustrates me that he scored higher than I did, but Katsuki is a workaholic and studies every chance he gets. I know it already, and I don't bother with studying, but I think him getting higher than me keeps him motivated. Huh, everyone is panicking now, but it's far too late to cram this late in the game, Aoyama sighs. You should be more concerned, you didn't do very well in the midterms, Shoji points out. Aoyama turns quickly to face him. Are you talking about me? I did just fine, thank you, he defends. I sigh and close my notebook, where I've written everyone's midterm scores. Don't ask me why, it's important information. I like to keep tabs on everyone. I get up with the rest of the class and head to lunch. Aren't you worried about the final exam, Midoriya? Uraraka asks as she and Azui take the seats in front of me. It'll probably just be stuff that we've gone over. In class, I'm not too worried about it, I shrug. Next to me, the class representative nods. I don't think they'd give us anything too difficult. You two really think it's going to be that simple? Uraraka asks in disbelief. I shake my head. I never said anything about it being simple, I'm just not all that worried. If anything, I just want to know what we're doing for the practical. It's a test on everything we learned this year, Hagakure says. Yep, and that's all we can get Mr. Aizawa to tell us, Azui agrees. So it'll have to do something with combat, rescue, and the basics, Uraraka says. Yeah, probably. I start before an elbow unexpectedly hits me in the face. Oh, sorry. Your head is so big that it's in my way. I glance over to see a medium-height blonde kid who clearly doesn't know who he's talking to. I look him up and down. Class 1B, huh? I say in distaste. You're the one with the copying quirk. He glares at me. You're that vigilante, right? The one who took down the hero killer. So? I ask. Just like in the sports festival, Class 1A isn't happy unless they get all the attention. People don't notice you because you're good heroes. It's because you guys are always getting into trouble. Here's a thought. One day the rest of us might get caught up in your mess. What are you going to do then? What villains are you going to bring down upon us? What demons? He gets cut off by another Class 1B student smacking him. He falls over, and our savior grabs the food tray he had before it can hit the ground. That's not funny, Monoma. You heard about what happened to Ida. The girl scolds, then turns to us. I apologize for him, she says. Monoma lays limp next to her, causing me to smirk a little. I happened to hear what you guys were saying about the practical. I heard from others that it might be like the entrance exam, you know, against those robots, she says. Really? Where'd you hear that? Prez asks. One of my friends who's a few grades up filled me in on what's happened in the past. I know it sounds like cheating, but oh well. What kind of idiot are you, Kendo? You just gave away our advantage against 1A. This was our chance to pull ahead of those attention seekers. It's my turn to hit him this time. Kendo looks at me and nods, then walks away, dragging Monoma behind her. They're not the attention seekers, she says to Monoma as she takes him over to their table. Midoriya, you can't just hit another student like that. Prez scolds. I smirk. I was just practicing our training, that's all. Todoroki looks up from his bowl for the first time since the conversation started. That was part of our training? He asks. Yeah, it was part of the how to deal with troublemakers lesson, I say. He stares at me, then looks back at his food. I don't remember that one. Yes. Mina and Denki yell. I don't even know why I was worried. If we're doing what we did in the entrance exam, then this'll be easy. Denki says. This is great news. Mina grins. Why are you so happy? You both have trouble controlling your quirks? Shoji asks. You can always count on Shoji to say what we're all thinking. Well, I can let loose with robots. Denki cheers. And melting them will be easy. Mina adds. Now you guys just need Yaoyorozu to help you study, and you'll be set. Siro says. We'll be able to go to the training camp. The two celebrate. It doesn't matter if it's robots or actual people. Why are you two so excited? Katsuki asks. Hey, who are you calling a moron? Denki defends. Shut up. You two need to learn how to control your quirks, got it? He yells at them. And Deku, he yells, turning toward me. Yes. I say. I won't have another half-hearted win like the festival. I groan and pound my head on the desk. Midoriya. Stop that. Prez yells. I stop and keep my head on the desk. I thought we were past this, Kaken. I sigh in an annoyed voice. And you, Todoroki? I'm going to get you too, Katsuki declares. Todoroki just stays silent and watches him walk out, slamming the door behind him. I sigh, get out of my seat, and grab my bag. It's been a while since I've seen him that worked up, Kirishima says. He's just trying to get everyone riled up, I say, heading toward the door. What's he got against you all of a sudden, Midoriya? Tokoyami asks. What do you mean? I ask, stopping before opening the door. Well, just yesterday during the rescue training he had his money on you to be the one to win, but now he's basically declaring war on you, Shoji says. I shrug. He's impatient, and even though he may have acted like he was over me being pushed out of bounds, it hurt his pride. He wants to redeem it by beating me at something, I say, opening the door and walking out. If Katsuki is going to make this a thing, then I might as well get ready to come up with an excuse for why he's going to beat me. Don't get me wrong, I intend on passing and going to the training camp. If I wanted to, I could probably get first in the practical and written exams. But that would put me in the spotlight, which I don't need any more of. Besides, Yaoyorozu and Ida worked hard to be first and second in midterms. If I were to suddenly get higher than both of them, Yaoyorozu would lose faith in herself, and Ida might start to think he doesn't deserve to be class rep. I shake my head at the thought as I get on the train home. I find a seat in the back and pull out my phone. I read some articles about Stain and the League of Villains. I even looked up some information on that All for One guy, but I didn't really find anything useful. The train stops and I get off, walking the rest of the way to my house. Mom, I'm home. I call out as I walk in and take my shoes off. I'm in the kitchen, she replies. I set my bag down and walk into the kitchen. Are you planning on going out tonight, Izuku? She asks as I sit down. Yeah, probably, I say. She frowns at me. But Monday is your final exam. You shouldn't push yourself, she says. I've got the whole weekend to rest. I just want to do a small patrol tonight to clear my mind, I say, fiddling with my thumbs. Ever since the Stain incident, my mom has been reluctant to let me go out, saying I need to focus on my finals. The week I got back, she wouldn't let me go, and I had to convince her that I only fought him to save my friends. Eventually, she agreed to let me go for an hour or two, but if I stay out longer, she gets upset. I don't want to make her worry, but being Deku is what keeps me going. Saving people is what I've always wanted to do, and she knows that. But ever since I've been at UA, it's gotten harder for her to let me go out. It was easier before because she felt bad that I had nothing to do, but now I go to school and have friends that she says I should hang out with instead of trying to save the world. I'm not trying to save the world. I'm trying to do what heroes won't. I don't care about money, fame, or whatever rank I'll get when I'm a hero. And I know that's not the case for all heroes, but it is for a good few nowadays. I don't care if my quirk isn't suited for something, you better believe that I'll do everything in my power to help someone, even if it means I might get hurt. For all I know, there is someone out there who needs me. That thought is why I keep going, no matter how many times I get hurt. People need me, and that's all I need to know. Here are the papers for the rest of the written portion of the exam. Do your best. Your time starts now, Aizawa says. A half hour into the exam, Katsuki started clicking his pen in boredom, and I just rolled my eyes. Unknown to him, I had finished before him and tried to take a nap, but his clicking was annoying. I'm definitely going to outshine him in the practical exam. It was amusing to watch Mina and Denki as they filled out their exams, their expressions dead serious, a look I had never seen on them before. All right, put your pencils down, time's up. Last person in each row, bring the answer sheets to me, Aizawa instructs. As Yaoyorozu collects our rose papers, Mina and Denki thank her for the study sessions they had with her. I didn't leave anything blank, at least. Denki grinned. 3 days of written exams are finally done. Now we have to deal with the practical part of the exam. I lean back in my chair and stretch. All right, let's begin the last test, Aizawa says, with 7 of our teachers behind him. Before we came out here, we had to change into our hero outfits, gotta make things feel real, I guess. Keep in mind that it's possible to fail this exam. If you want to go to the training camp, don't make any foolish decisions, Aizawa continues. Why are all of the teachers here? Jiro whispers. Now, you guys may have an idea of what the practical will be based on things you've heard. We're going to fight some big metal robots. Denki cheers. Actually, this year's test will be completely different for various reasons. Principal Nizu exclaims, appearing from inside Aizawa's scarf. You're changing things? Yaoyorozu asks. Nizu climbs down from Aizawa's scarf. Things are changing and the tests now have a new focus. Hero work, of course, but also teamwork in combat. What does this mean for you? It means you students will be working together in pairs against one of our great UA teachers. Isn't that fabulous? Nizu declares. Fighting the teachers? Uraraka asks in disbelief. Your partners and opponents have already been assigned. They were determined by various factors, including grades, relationships, and fighting styles, Aizawa explains. For example, Yaoyorozu and Todoroki are a team against me, Aizawa says with a smirk. Then we have Bakugo, Aoyama, and Uraraka, the only group of 3 against 13. And now for the rest of the teams and who they will be fighting in order. Nizu announces as a screen pops up. First, Red Riot and Sugarman vs. Cementos. Second, Froppy and Tsukuyomi vs. Ectoplasm. Third, Tenya and Tailman vs. Power Loader. Fourth, Shoto and Creati vs. Erasure Head. Fifth, Uravity and Can't Stop Twinkling vs. 13. Sixth, Pinky and Chargebolt vs. Nizu. Seventh, Anima and Earphone Jack vs. Present Mike. Eighth, Invisible Girl and Tentacle vs. Snipe. Ninth, Grape Juice and Cellophane vs. Midnight. 10th, Deku vs. All. You have 30 minutes to complete the exam and either put these HND CFFS on your teacher or have one of you manage to escape from the combat area, Nizu explains, holding up a pair of HND CFFS. So we either have to capture the teacher or run away. It's basically like combat training, Denki says. But is it really okay for us to just run away? Mina asks. Yup, Nizu confirms. And it's not going to be like your previous combat training. It's going to be way harder because you're going up against people much better than you. Yamahata adds. Better? Aren't you just the announcer? Jiro asks. Hey, watch your mouth, girl. Please think of us as villains, no matter how strange that may be, 13 advises. Snip adds. Assuming you come across a villain and think you can win, then fight. However, there will come times where you'll be outmatched and need to run away, Aizawa continues. Todoroki, Ida, I'm sure you both understand, he adds. I keep staring at the screen. 10th match, Deku vs. All. All as in what? All the teachers? The class? All Might? Every pro hero there is? I need more details. There are so many possibilities. And why was Katsuki paired with Uraraka and Aoyama? Wouldn't it be easier to pair us together than have him in a group of 3? And to give you guys an advantage, the support course made us these ultra-compressed weights that'll add half our body weight to ourselves, Yamahata grins. The exams will take place in the order you're assigned on the screen. Red Riot, Sugarman, you guys are first. Those of you not fighting can either watch the exams or strategize as a team, that's all, Aizawa says as he and the teachers walk away. Strategize as a team? I have no team. I yell at them. The class looks at me with pity, but I just roll my eyes. This is going to be tough. Aizawa would likely recognize this and decide to pit him against multiple opponents, as Midoriya has previously demonstrated his ability to take on pro heroes and emerge victorious, even against Endeavor. Chapter End. Deku POV. After Aizawa and the teachers leave, everyone pairs off to strategize. I, on the other hand, head to the monitoring room to watch the exams. Ah, I was hoping to see you here, Midoriya, Recovery Girl says as I walk in. Are you fighting? I ask as I move closer to her. She laughs lightly. Oh goodness no. I'm just here in case things get a little out of hand, if you know what I mean. I see, I reply, nodding. I hear the door open behind me. Oh, you're in here too, Deku? I turn to see Uraraka walking in. I nod. Yeah, this is my way of making a plan. If I watch the teachers and learn more about their fighting styles, it'll help me in my exam. That's smart thinking, she agrees. What about you? Shouldn't you be strategizing with Aoyama and Katsuki? Well, Aoyama is preoccupied, you could say. And Bakugo walked away before I could talk to him. I laugh. You don't say. You guys are going against 13, right? If you want, I could give you some pointers. Thanks, but I thought I could try getting inspiration from the other battles first. I'll let you know, she smiles. The monitor lights up, and the screen shows the exam ground. Team Red Riot and Sugarman, practical exam. Ready? Go, the automatic voice announces. The screen then shows Kirishima and Sato running straight toward Cementos. I sigh, applauding their ambition for attempting to fight Cementos. While it's true Cementos can't move very well, he compensates for that by defending and attacking from a fixed position. Kirishima and Sato can do similar things with their quirks, which is probably why they were teamed together. But right now, they're wasting time trying to reach Cementos and capture him, and they'll run out of stamina from breaking his cement. The two looked promising for a while, working together, but eventually, they got tired from breaking so many cement walls and lost. A loud buzzer rings. Red Riot and Sugarman have been knocked out. The exam is over, the automatic voice states. Darn, Aizawa knows what he's doing. Recovery Girl sighs and gets up from her chair. The first match, and I'm already needed, she says as she walks out. That was so one-sided, Uraraka comments. I nod in agreement. I dig through my pockets and grab my notebook. Match 1. Kirishima and Sato vs. Cementos. Notes: Cementos seems to have no limit when it comes to using his quirk. He uses that to his advantage by tiring his opponents out and then trapping them. Don't bother fighting the cement walls. Go straight to the source or avoid entirely. I keep the notebook out. I'm going to try taking notes on all the matches and hopefully use them to make a plan. I watch the next few matches and take notes. Match 2. Azui and Tokoyami vs. Ectoplasm. Success. Notes: Ectoplasm uses his clones for both defense and attack. When his clones are taken down, he relies on his combat skills. He can also create one giant clone but then cannot make any others. If contact is necessary, go for him first and try not to waste time on the clones. Match 3. Prez and Ojiro vs. Power Loader. Success. Notes: Power Loader has the advantage in areas where he can dig underground. He sets up traps and confuses his opponents by staying underground and attacking at random moments. Check the area around him in combat. He'll have the disadvantage if it's somewhere he can't dig or set traps. Match 4. Todoroki and Yaoyorozu vs. Erasure Head. Success. Notes: Erasure Head wears goggles so his opponents can't tell whether he's using his quirk or not. Using his scarf, he can capture his opponent and carries weapons to make up for his lack of an offensive quirk. Due to his injuries, he can't use his quirk for long, which Yaoyorozu exploited. If met in combat, go for the goggles. Without them, he can't hide whether he's using his quirk. How are your notes going, Deku? Uraraka asks as I finish writing about match 4. They're good. Your match is next, right? I ask, looking up from the notebook. She nods. Yeah, wish me luck, she says as she walks out the door. Team Bakugo, Uravity, and Can't Stop Twinkling, practical exam. Ready? Go, the automatic voice announces. This match is interesting to watch. It was one-sided for a long time, with 13 using her quirk to try and capture the 3. I thought they weren't going to win for a while because Katsuki tried to go solo and leave the other 2, but now he's stuck in the same situation as them, holding on for dear life to a pole. Uraraka POV. No. We were so close. I yell as I hold on to the fence, trying not to get Isiki into 13's quirk. There was no way I was going to let you guys win that easily, 13 says, standing in front of the exit gate. We're trapped. We have to figure out a way to get out of this. What would Deku do? Hey, Aoyama says. Not right now, I'm thinking. I yell. About Midoriya Izuku? How sweet. Is it because you like him? He teases. I stare at him just as I hear an explosion beside me. You what? Bakugo yells in disbelief, accidentally letting go of the pole he was holding onto. He then starts to get pulled in by 13's quirk. No way, he yells. In an effort to grab him, I let go of the fence and use my quirk to lift him up. When I say release, go for 13 and put the HS on her. I yell, letting go of the fence and being pulled straight toward 13. Seeing this, she stops using her quirk, and I pin her down before quickly getting out of the way. Release! I shout, letting go of my hold on Bakugo, and he comes flying in, using his explosions toward 13. Take this, he screams, sending an explosion at her to pin her down like I had done previously, then slaps the H and CFFS on her. Yes. Aoyama yells as he grabs one of her arms. I've got you, he says happily. Bakugo gets up from 13 and rolls his eyes. You didn't do anything, Twinkle Toes. I laugh. That's the nickname Deku calls him too, you guys really are alike. He just shrugs and walks out the exit. A buzzer rings. Team Bakugo, Uravity, and Can't Stop Twinkling have passed the finals, the automatic voice announces. Deku POV. Ha! That look on Katsuki's face was hilarious. I laugh as the buzzer goes off. I wonder what Aoyama said to make him let go of the pole, Azui comments. Azui came into the room a few minutes before the match started. She's good company, I've noticed. I turn as I hear the doors open, and Prez and Yaoyorozu walk in. Uraraka and Bakugo won. Not surprising. I'm happy for them, Ida says, walking over with Yaoyorozu behind him. I nod. Yeah, and good job to both of you on passing, I say, congratulating them. Azui ribbits in agreement. That means a lot coming from you, Midoriya, Prez smiles. The buzzer rings again, indicating the next match is starting. Team Chargebolt and Pinky, practical exam. Ready? Go. The automatic voice announces. The four of us watch in silence as Denki and Mina face off against the principal. Match 6, Denki and Mina versus Nizu. Despite being a small creature, Nizu was able to outsmart Denki and Mina by using a crane to disrupt the exam site, leaving them with no chance to fight back and ultimately causing them to run out of time. Avoid him at all costs. Principal Nizu has had a rough history with humans, and in times like these, he likes to get his vengeance. Recovery. Girl explains as Nizu laughs maniacally at the chaos he's creating. That's a sad way to fail, I say as the buzzer goes off. Chargebolt and Pinky have failed due to time limit, the automatic voice announces. They never even saw Nizu, Press says. The door opens behind us, revealing Uraraka. It's over already? They lost, she says in disbelief, looking at the screen. Nizu's plan to defeat them was flawless, Yaoyorozu says sadly. That's awful, they were really looking forward to the training camp. Uraraka exclaims. It is, but congratulations on passing your exam, Uraraka. Prez says, changing the subject. Uraraka smiles. Thanks. You guys did great too. She compliments the others. What was it that Aoyama said to you and Bakugo, Uraraka? We couldn't hear what you guys were saying, Azui asks. Oh, she glances at me and stops talking, her face turning red. What? It was nothing. Just something that upset Bakugo. She panics. Prez stares at her. Are you okay? Your face is red, he says. I'm fine. It's nothing, she insists. The buzzer goes off again, and the 7th match starts. Now this group I feel bad for, Jiro and Koda against Present Mike. That's just brutal. Yamahata is just screaming, and with Jiro's advanced hearing, it's an awful matchup. Even without hearing, Jiro can tell that Yamahata's screams are loud enough to hurt Koda and prevent him from using his quirk, as Yamahata is scaring all the animals away. A few minutes later, after more screaming, Present Mike is covered in bugs. Turns out Koda can communicate with them too. He let bugs beat him? Recovery Girl says in a disapproving tone. That's disgusting, Yaoyorozu says, covering her mouth. No, that's awesome, I say, grinning. Team Earphone Jack and Anima have passed the finals, the automatic voice announces as the buzzer goes off. Match 7, Jiro and Koda versus Present Mike. Success. To defeat Yamahata, make sure to have a worm or bug on you. Koda and Jiro come into the monitoring room a few minutes after match 8 starts. I run over to them. That was brilliant. Best match by far. I say. Wow, that means a lot coming from you, Midoriya, Jiro says, surprised. Why does everyone keep saying that? I mumble. I turn to Koda. I'm not kidding when I say this. Your quirk is amazing. He blushes and nods. Match 8 ended quickly because of Hagikure's invisibility and Shoji distracting Snipe. After it ended, I left the monitoring room and headed down to my exam area. I didn't bother to stay to watch match 9, with Mineta and Siro against Midnight. That's not something I need or want to see. I wait in front of the entrance for the buzzer to go off, signaling that Mineta and Siro have failed. I have faith in Siro, but with Mineta being Mineta and them going against Midnight, I don't have a lot of confidence. A few minutes later, the buzzer goes off. Team Grape Juice and Cellophane have passed the finals, the voice says. Oh well, color me impressed. Team Deku, practical exam. Ready? Go! The entrance doors open, and I walk into the exam area. I look around, it's a fake city. I smile and put my mask on my face. This is going to be just like old times. Bakugo POV. All students, please come to the exam 10 entrance, the automatic voice says. The exam 10 entrance? That's Deku's match, isn't he fighting all the teachers? Why do we have to go? I get up from the bench I'd been sitting on since my match ended and head over to where the exam 10 entrance is. I get there and see everyone else, along with Mr. Aizawa. What's going on, Mr. Aizawa? Aren't you and the teachers fighting Midoriya? Ida asks. That was the original plan, but according to Recovery Girl, Midoriya has been paying very close attention to all of your exams and taking notes on all of our teachers' moves. Which is good and all, but we decided to change things last minute. This exam was designed to pair you with a teacher that would challenge you, but because of Midoriya's experience, we thought it would be best to put him against all the teachers, as that would be a great challenge for him. Now we realize that this was a foolish move on our part, and Midoriya would likely pass if we did that, Aizawa explains. What does that have to do with us? Uraraka asks. We've decided to have you guys be the ones to go against Midoriya instead. Your objective is to stop him from getting to the gate or letting him handcuff you. For those of you who have failed your exam, this will be your second chance to earn extra credit. For those who have passed, if you manage to stop Midoriya, you will get 2 hours of extra sleep at camp. If you do not wish to participate, I will not stop you, he says. The buzzer goes off. Team Deku, practical exam. Ready? Go! The doors open, and everyone hesitates at first until Denki runs in yelling, Training camp, here I come. Forget 2 extra hours of sleep, I just want to take down Deku. Deku POV. Training camp, here I come, a voice yells in the distance. I stop and look around. I hear pounding footsteps coming toward me. I use my telekinesis to lift myself on top of the tallest building in the fake city. I look below me and see the class running around in a group. Where is he? Kirishima yells. Let's split up, it'll be easier to find him that way, Yaoyorozu suggests. 10th, Deku versus all of Class 1A. This is frustrating. I watch as they split into 4 big groups and run in different directions. Darn it, why couldn't I have fought the teachers? I don't want to fight the class. Hello, Midoriya, a voice says behind me. It's Shoji, he used his quirk to find me. I quickly grab a pair of HNDCFFS from my pocket and use my telekinesis to snap them onto the floating mouth behind me. 1 down, 18 more to go. I hate to admit it, but Aizawa realized my weakness, being a good person and not wanting to fight my classmates. I roll my eyes. If I want to win this, I'm going to have to see them all as villains or arrogant heroes. The people I need to worry about the most are Jiro and Hagikure, now that Shoji is taken care of. I jump off the top of the building and go straight down, using my telekinesis to soften the impact. I need a better plan than hiding on rooftops. Based on what I saw in the other exams, the exit gate is where the teachers entered. I turn in the direction the class came from. I almost start running that way before I stop myself. They must have left someone there to watch the gate. I need to create a distraction. I reach into my pocket and grab my notebook, ripping clean pages out. I lower my mask and crumple the papers into ball, then light all 10 of them on fire. Using my telekinesis, I expand them until I have 10 massive fireballs. I send them flying in different directions, igniting several buildings. Looks like I just beat my record of 3 buildings. I laugh, hearing the shouts of my classmates in the distance. I start running toward the direction the class came from and stop when I catch a glimpse of the gate. Standing in front of it is none other than Bakugo Katsuki. In his hand is a walkie-talkie, most likely made by Yaoyorozu. "Bakugo, do you copy?" she asks through it. He rolls his eyes. "What now?" he grumbles. "Deku just set a bunch of buildings on fire. We need your help." He looks up from the walkie-talkie and glances around. "Whatever, I'll be there in a minute. Send someone over to take my place." I smirk. As soon as he leaves, I'm set. He shoves the walkie-talkie into his pocket and looks around again. "If you're out there, Deku, and you leave without fighting me, I swear I'll..." He gets cut off by Yaoyorozu yelling at him to come help. Using his explosions, he propels himself into the air and toward the burning buildings. Once he's out of sight, I slowly walk over to the gate. Just a few feet away from victory, I stop. "If you're out there, Deku, and you leave without fighting me, I swear I'll..." I sigh and back away from the gate, turning to face the city. "This is going to hurt," I mumble. Using my telekinesis, I bring down all the buildings around me, collapsing them to the ground. Then I ignite my arms and direct the flames onto the rubble, setting it ablaze. A few feet away, Mineta stands with a look of pure terror on his face. I smile beneath my mask. In his hand is a walkie-talkie. I grab it with my telekinesis and throw a pair of H&D CFFS on him. I press the button. "Hello, is this thing on?" I say into it. Yaoyorozu responds, "What? Midoriya, how did you?" I just happened to run into Mineta. It's sad how easily I was able to handcuff him. "I'm at the gate waiting," I say, feigning boredom. A few minutes later, I see the whole class running toward me. I scan for Hagakure and find her floating gloves. Using my telekinesis, I put her in H&D CFFS. Okay, I have 3 down now, leaving 16 running toward me. Jiro is no longer a problem because everyone knows where I am. I use the broken pieces of buildings around me to create obstacles for the class, just enough force to stop them from getting closer. Minor injuries, that's all. I count the people trapped under the rubble, 13. I look harder to see which 3 are missing. Katsuki, Denki, and Tokoyami. I would expect Katsuki to stray from the group, but Denki and Tokoyami? That's a surprise. "Go, Dark Shadow." I hear from my right. I pull my mask down and unleash flames at him. Dark Shadow's weakness is light. I pull out another pair of H&D CFFS and put them on Dark Shadow. Just Denki and Katsuki left. And I only have 10 minutes remaining. I might as well just walk out. Stun grenade. Katsuki shouts from behind me. "I was wondering when you'd show up," I say, closing my eyes to shield myself from the light. I sense movement in front of me and reach for it, grabbing Katsuki's face. "Let go," he yells, trying to blast me with explosions. A normal person would try to remove the hand from their face, but Katsuki is relentless. I use my other hand to grab his arm, swinging him over my shoulder and slamming him into the ground. I quickly pull the H&D CFFS from my pocket and secure them on him. "How was that for half-hearted?" I say, removing my hand from his face. He doesn't respond, he's knocked out. I don't know where Denki is, and frankly, I don't care. I turn around and walk out the gate just as the buzzer goes off. Team Deku has passed the practical exam. They never stood a chance. Chapter End. Deku POV. The exams are finally over, and only 4 people failed: Denki, Mina, Sato, and Kirishima. They are devastated, and Mina is currently in tears. "Calm down, you guys. Knowing Aizawa, there's probably going to be a twist, and you'll end up going," I say. "Don't get their hopes up, Midoriya," Siro replies, shaking his head. "The rules were that you don't go to training camp if you don't pass, and we failed our practicals, so we're in trouble," Denki exclaims, turning sharply in frustration. I quickly swat his hand away before he can hit me. "Not to mention we were given a second chance and ended up failing that too," Kirishima adds glumly. I look at him, confused. A second chance? I ask. You didn't know? Aizawa said that if we could stop you from winning your exam, we'd get credit towards our practical exam, Kirishima explains. But then you just had to blow up everything, didn't you, Midoriya? Denki yells. Oh well, I shrug. Ease up, Denki. It's not Midoriya's fault if he didn't know. His goal was the same as yours. I don't know if I'll get to go either because it was Mineta who did all the work in our exam, Siro says. I pat him on the shoulder. Hey there, I say, walking to my desk. The door slams open. The bell rang. All of you should be seated, Aizawa says as he walks in. He heads over to his podium in front of the class. As you may know, some of the class failed their practical exam, but when it comes to the training camp in the woods, everyone is going. Aizawa announces with a sly grin. Can we really go? Kirishima asks excitedly. Seriously? Mina asks, her tears of sadness turning into tears of joy. The good news is that no one failed the written exam. 5 failed the practical, unfortunately, Team Chargebolt and Pinky, Team Red Riot and Sugarman, and Cellophane. Man, I knew it, Siro groans in his seat. The point of the practical was for us to observe your skills and teamwork. Besides, the camp will focus on strengthening your quirks, and those who failed will need those lessons the most. We were never going to separate you, Aizawa explains, then grins. That was just a logical deception. Ida shoots up from his seat, his hand raised high. Mr. Aizawa, this is the second time you've fooled us. Aren't you worried we'll lose our trust in you? He asks. I'll take that into consideration. But failure is failure, and for the 5 of you, training camp is going to be tough, with extra lessons far harder than summer school, Aizawa says to the 5, their moods shifting instantly. That's all for today, he says as he walks out and the bell rings. It's nice that we all get to go, Ojiro says. It looks like we're going to be there. For a whole week, Ida says, reading the information packet. Guys, since we have tomorrow off and no more exams, I say we all go to the mall together. Hagakure suggests excitedly. Yeah. We've never hung out as a class before. Denki agrees. See you there, Bakugu, Kirishima says as he walks off. Hell no, Katsuki replies, walking out the door. I turn to Kirishima. He's going, I say. You're the man, he grins. Bye, Mom. I'm going out. I yell, about to walk out the door. Izuka, wait, she shouts, coming down the stairs. Remember to be home by. She stops and looks me up and down. Where are you going? She asks, realizing I'm in casual clothes and not my vigilante outfit. Hagakure came up with the idea of going to the mall as a class because we have today off and need stuff for camp, I explain. Who's Hagakure? She asks curiously with a smile. Oh my god, it's nothing like that. She's one of my classmates. I don't even know what she looks like because of her quirk. I groan. Well, if you say so. Have fun, she says. Okay, I'll be back by 8 because Katsuki is going to drag me to the arcade after, I say, closing the door. I meet Katsuki at the train stop. I'm glad you changed your mind, I say as I stand next to him. Whatever, you wouldn't shut up about it, he replies. Admit it, you want to hang out with the class, I tease. He laughs. No, I just want to get this over with and then beat you at the arcade, he says, getting onto the train. I follow him on, and we find a spot to stand. He pulls out his phone and starts scrolling. Come on, there's gotta be something you want to get at the mall. He just rolls his eyes. No, not even that new All Might figurine that just came out? I ask. He looks up from his phone. How'd you know? I don't need a stupid figurine. I might just get some bug spray or something, he says. I grin. Wow, you've really grown up if you think an All Might figure is stupid. You keep talking and I'm sending you to the moon, he replies. We get to the mall a few minutes later and find the class. Guys, look. It's Midoriya and Bakugu. Denki calls as we walk over. Kirishima pats Katsuki on the shoulder. I knew you'd come, he smiles. I'm only here so I can beat Deku later, Katsuki says, flicking Kirishima's hand off. Kirishima looks at me, confused, and I shrug. Alright, everyone. As class rep, I expect all of you to set an example for UA and be on your best behavior. Kirishima says, eyeing Mineta at the last part. How about we split up and meet back here at 3? The others nod and break into groups. Kirishima drags Katsuki away, leaving me alone. I could follow them, but I don't want to intrude on their bromance. I didn't really come here for anything, honestly. I could look for a new notebook since my other one is almost full. I start walking around when an arm lands on my shoulder. Katsuki, we've talked about this, you creep, I say. Deku, right? What a surprise to see you here, the person says. Okay, not Katsuki then. You've got 2 seconds to get your arm off me, I say. What can I say? I'm just a big fan, he replies, taking his arm off. You know, it's really creepy to just put your arm around someone like that, I tell him, dusting my shoulder off. I'll keep that in mind, he says. Then, a hand grabs my throat lightly. Is this better? He asks. So we meet again, handyman, I say. I recognize your dry hands now. He tightens his grip. Here's what's going to happen. You tell me what I want to know, and I'll let you go. If not, my finger might just slip, he says. That's quite the offer, I reply. He pulls me over to a bench and we sit down. I don't appreciate being manhandled. Let me go, I won't go anywhere, I say. Shut up and listen. You fought the hero killer, right? He asks. Yeah, I took him down too. I thought he was with you, I respond. That's just what the news said. But what I don't get is how, after everything that happened in Hosu, the only thing people care about is him. They don't even care about the nomus I sent out. All the chaos I created, and they only care about him. Tell me, Midoriya Izuku, what do you think the difference is between us? I glance at him, surprised he knows my name. Well, Shigaraki Tamura, I can tell you one thing you have in common, insanity. Don't test me, kid. Keep joking around, and I'll turn you to dust. I think to myself, I could throw you into that wall over there with my mind. Your lotion-deprived finger doesn't scare me. I just want to see how this plays out. He had ideals. You just hate everything and want attention. He wanted to change things, make a difference, you could say. He hated people he deemed unfit to be a hero, those who did it for fame, money, or power. He had a goal. You make no sense whatsoever. I might have annoyed him, but he doesn't respond, keeping his hand on my neck. He laughs. It all makes sense now. The reason he annoyed me and you irritate me. All might, he's the problem. Please don't compare me to him, that's weird, I say. He looks at me. You don't like him? He asks. This time I laugh. Like him? You've got me all wrong. He's messed up. Then why? Why are you a hero? People compare you to him, you know. The symbol of peace and the savior of Japan. I even thought you liked him, he says. He's just a buff guy with a ridiculous amount of power. And I'm not a hero, I don't care what anyone thinks. I've never seen myself as a hero. Interesting. Well, I can't thank you enough for helping me with this, Midoriya. You really are a smart guy. He tightens his grip. But unfortunately, this is where the conversation ends. I'm having a hard time breathing now. I use my telekinesis to loosen his grip. I'm not throwing him into the wall just yet. I gasp, that's all you needed me for? To figure out that the problem is all might. Whatever you're doing, stop it. I'll take you out right here, you hear me? You and everyone here. Izuku. I look up and see Katsuki. Who is that? He asks. Go away, I say. Handyman can't know that Katsuki's my friend. He'll use him against me. Saying his name earlier was a mistake. Your friend? Shigaraki whispers. Hell no. Do I look like I'd be friends with him? He's just some kid from class 1B. Now let go before I throw you into a wall, I whisper back. Shigaraki sighs, then lets go of my neck and holds his hands up, smiling. You didn't tell me you came with a friend, Midoriya. Sorry about the mix-up. We're old friends. I've never seen you before in my life, Katsuki. Shut up, Katsuki. And I've never seen you. Go away, I say. Oh, well, it was when we were younger, Shigaraki lies. Katsuki is about to say something else when I use telekinesis to keep his mouth shut. If either of you follow me, I'll get angry, he says, getting up. And we wouldn't want that now, would we? I say, glaring at him. He walks away, and Katsuki comes up to me, furious. You know, I should use that trick more often on you, I say. You do that again and I'll blow you up, he says angrily. I rub the back of my neck. Yeah. Who was that Izuku? He demands. No one, just some crazy UA fan, I say. He said you were friends. I glare at him. Drop it. Make me, he says. I stand up and walk away. Deku, get back here. I ignore him and walk out of the mall. Screw going to the arcade, I've got bigger plans now. I'm going to look for the League of Villains. I'm home, Mom. I say as I walk in. You're early, you said you'd be back at 8, she says from the living room as I take off my shoes. Change of plans, I reply. Are you okay? Your neck is really red, she asks, worried, once I enter the room. I'm fine. Is it okay if I go out tonight? I say, not really asking because she knows I'll go out even if she says no. She crosses her arms. Don't tell me you left early to go out. I didn't. Katsuki didn't feel good and had to go home early, I explain. She sighs. I suppose just be back by 12. Thanks, Mom, I say, heading to my room. A few minutes later, as I'm getting ready, there's a loud knocking at the door. Izuku, can you answer it? My mom calls from the kitchen. Sure. I say, quickly taking off my mask. I leave my room and look through the peephole in the door. Police officers. It's just the mail, I'll get it, I tell her before opening the door and shutting it quickly behind me. I stand in front of the peephole so my mom won't be able to look through it. Can I help you? I ask the officers. Are you Midoriya Izuku? One asks. No, why? I reply. Are you a friend of his? Yeah, we go to UA together. Can you tell us your name? They ask. Mineta Minoru, I say. Well, Mineta, we got a call from another classmate you may know, Bakugo Katsuki, that Midoriya was in danger at the mall a few hours ago, and he gave us this address, the other explains. Really? I was at the mall with them too for a class get-together. I did see Midoriya with someone. An old friend of his, he said. Bakugo and Midoriya are good friends, and I think Bakugo was just confused, if you know what I mean. Would you happen to know the name of this friend? The first officer asks. I shake my head. He didn't go into details other than that they knew each other before Midoriya stopped going to school. I think he may have bullied Midoriya before and was trying to apologize. I thought it'd be best not to pry. Understandable, but do you happen to know where Midoriya lives so we can clarify things with him? No, but I do have his number if you want that to call him, I reply. They both nod, and I give them my number. Thank you for your help, Mineta. Anytime, officer, I respond. They nod to me and then walk away. I head back inside and rush to my room. Izuku? Where's the mail? My mom calls as I shut the door. I was mistaken, it was just a prank. I track the kids down and made them apologize. I yell back. I start searching through my drawers for my voice changer. I find it among my socks for some reason and plug it into my phone, then wait for the call. A few minutes later, my phone rings and I answer it. Hello. I say, is this Midoriya Izuku? I recognize the voice as one of the officers. Yes? Can I ask who this is? I respond. This is the police. Don't worry, you're not in trouble. We just want to clarify some of today's events with you at the mall, he says. A few minutes later, the conversation ends with them accepting the story I made up and thanking me for clarifying things. I sigh and lay on my bed. It's currently 7, and I don't usually go on patrol until 9, but I have nothing else to do. I sit up, quickly change into my Vigilante outfit, and put on my mask before telling my mom I'm going out. I open my window and jump out, using my telekinesis to lift myself onto the roof. First stop, Hosa. I see Katsuki and Midoriya talking to each other again. It's about time. Shigaraki and the mall incident have been on my mind, and I knew I would make Bakugo the one to find them. I hope you enjoyed this chapter, and next up is the training camp. I'm excited to write it for reasons I won't spoil, but I know it's going to be fun. Plus Ultra. Chapter End. Deku POV. Last night was uneventful. There was hardly anything going on. I started visiting Hosu after the stain incident because I heard there was a lot of crime there, but I've come to realize that may not be true. Perhaps the villains are aware that I'm coming and are choosing to stay away. Earlier today, Mineta and Denki showed up at my door, asking if I wanted to join them at the pool. I declined. There's no way I'm getting involved with them knowing their true intentions. However, I did text Prez to let him know that the school pool was open and that he should invite the others. He was thrilled to hear from me and said he'd reach out to everyone right away. I smiled, wondering why Mineta and Denki came to me first. They'll regret it. Denki POV. Well, it's no surprise that Midoriya didn't want to join us, I said as we walked away after he shut the door. Mineta shrugged. It was worth a shot. How did you even know where he lived? I asked. He smirked. I have my ways. I rolled my eyes. Whatever, it doesn't matter if we have Midoriya or not. Let's go. Mineta nodded. I was wondering when you guys would show up. Ida said as we ran down the hall. We looked around and realized all the guys from class were there. What are you guys doing here? I asked. Midoriya gave me a heads up that the pool was open and that I should tell the others to come so we could do some endurance training together. He did what? Mineta exclaimed. Oh, hey there, Mineta, Sue called from across the pool. I didn't know you guys would be here, Jiro added. All the girls were wearing the school's bathing suits. Man, I can't believe Midoriya ruined our plan, Mineta said once we took a break from training. I told you we shouldn't have gone to him, I said, sipping whatever Ida had given us. Oh yeah? Well, it's not like you had any ideas, he defended. I sighed. This is what I get for teaming. Up with Mineta. Ida POV. Here you go, Todoroki, I said, handing him a drink. Oh, thanks, he replied, taking it and sipping. It was a good idea to set this up, Ida, he said. It was actually Midoriya who came up with the idea. He suggested that I gather the class together. It's funny when I think about it, I never expected to become friends with someone like him, I said, sitting down. He took a seat next to me. Someone like him? He asked. Not like that. It's just that when I first met Midoriya, I never imagined we'd become such good friends. Swearing isn't something a hero in training should be proud of. You and Bakugo need to fix that bad habit immediately, I said to the new kid and Bakugo. The new kid put his fingers to his temples, looking like he was concentrating. I'm trying to see things from your point of view, but I can't stick my head that far up my own, he said, and I felt my face heat up. He stood up and patted me on the shoulder. Don't take it too personally. I hope we can become good friends, he said. I nodded in agreement. But I gotta tell you, your lack of swearing makes me feel a bit uncomfortable. I remember his first day. He made the class laugh, Todoroki said. I shook my head, smiling at the memory. By swearing. Todoroki shrugged. It's not like his swearing is hurting anyone. He's not perfect, but he's a true hero, and I respect him. I'm not a hero. Midoriya? I said, turning to see him standing behind us with crossed arms. What are you doing here? Todoroki asked. What? This was my idea, wasn't it? Pardon me for being late, but if I'm not wanted I can leave, he said. That's not what he means. We've been here for almost an hour and thought you weren't coming, I said. He laughed. I know, just messing with you. I wasn't going to come until I got bored. There's nothing for me to do. He turned his head and glanced at the class, then smirked. What do you guys think about having a race? He asked. Let's do it. Denki said, jumping up. The others agreed and got up as well. Are you wearing a bathing suit, Midoriya? Todoroki asked him. Midoriya stared at him, sighed, and took off his shirt and shorts to reveal his school swim shorts. That's when I noticed the marks on his legs. If you don't mind me asking, Midoriya, what happened to your leg? I asked. What? But that's from my old buddy, if you remember him, he said, laughing it off. Why do you all keep showing up? So many people are getting in my way today. Stain yelled in frustration. Are you not happy to see me, old buddy? Oh, him, I said, suddenly feeling awkward. Midoriya clapped his hands together. Right, so the rules for this are, 1. You can use your quirks, we're at school, so whatever. 2. No sabotaging others. And don't destroy property, he said. Deku, I'm going to get you, Bakugo said, appearing out of nowhere. Midoriya rolled his eyes. You've told me that like 3 times already, and I've beaten you every time. Alright, that's enough, you two. You can settle it by racing, I said, stepping between them. Deku POV. I went home with my eyes burning from chlorine and water in my ears. Katsuki decided to use his quirk without even touching the water, so I pushed him in, and he dragged me down too. To put it simply, it wasn't pretty, and I've decided to avoid hanging out with the class again if I can help it. Aizawa came and told us to leave since it was past the designated time Mineta and Denki signed up for. I turned on the TV and put on the news since Mom went out to get some things. All they talked about was the USJ incident and the events in Hosu. They mentioned how Deku was a hero for taking out Stain, and I almost threw the remote at the TV. Why can't people just stop talking about the Stain incident? Honestly, it's been a month, and it's still on the news. I sighed and headed to my room. I needed to pack for the training camp anyway. I walked into my room and grabbed my bag from the doorknob. It was big enough, with lots of small pockets for things. I tipped it upside down and dumped everything on my bed. My school books tumbled out along with some papers and a few pencils. I gathered the books and pencils, setting them aside neatly before opening my closet to sift through my clothes. I didn't have much, as I rarely went out unless it was for my vigilante work. There was no need to look presentable in public. I mostly wore whatever I slept in. I didn't own any workout gear besides a t-shirt that humorously read, "T-shirt," and 2 pairs of shorts. This isn't going to work, I muttered, turning away from the closet. My current outfit was what I considered my going out attire, a nice dark green shirt paired with light gray jeans. When it got cold, I had a black sweatshirt to wear. With a sigh, I tossed a pair of pajama pants and the t-shirt into my bag. I just needed a couple more shirts and sweatpants to be set. I walked out of my room and headed to the kitchen, grabbing some paper to leave a note for my mom, letting her know I was going out to get some clothes. I had some cash I had picked up from Villains, so I was good to go. I decided that the mall would be my best bet since I hadn't been able to get anything last time due to a minor setback. By the end of my trip, I left with 2 shirts, a new sweatshirt, shorts, sweatpants, and a new notebook. I even had some cash left over for later. The best part was that I hadn't been interrupted by any villain with an obsession for hands. It was a good day. "Ah, there you are, Izuku," my mom exclaimed as I walked in. "What's that you've got there?" she asked, eyeing the 2 bags in my hands. "Just some clothes for camp," I shrugged. "I swear, if you got another shirt that says T-shirt on it," she joked. I smirked. Her smile faded. "Please tell me you didn't." I shook my head. "Don't worry, I didn't get another T-shirt shirt." I then dug into my bags and pulled out the sweatshirt. "I got a sweatshirt," I said happily. She sighed and shook her head as I smiled. "Who would even sell that?" she asked. "Geniuses," I replied, taking the bags to my room. I set the bags down on my bed and pulled out the shirts, shorts, sweatpants, and notebook, stuffing them all into the bag along with some essentials, socks, a toothbrush, toothpaste, and basic camping supplies. "Izuku, your training camp starts tomorrow, right?" Mom asked. "Yeah, I'll be gone for a few days," I replied. "You're all packed up then?" she inquired. "Yep," I said. She smiled. "Good, then you better go to bed. Now so you can get up tomorrow." "But I was going to go out." She cut me off. "Nope, the last thing you need is to get injured before a training camp, Izuku." We stared each other down for a moment before I relented. "Alright, fine, I won't go out," I said, turning to head to my room. "And no staying up past midnight," she yelled after me. "I make no promises on that." I yelled back. "Alright, we're taking a break. Leave your stuff and get off the bus," Aizawa said, getting out of his seat and walking off the bus. Everyone got up and followed him out. To put it simply, we were in the middle of nowhere, parked on a cliff. Next to the railing in front of the cliff were 2 figures. Aizawa walked over toward them, and we followed. As we got closer, I recognized them as the pro-hero group, the Wild Pussycats. I had heard some things about them, not a lot, but enough to know about their best achievements and a bit about their fighting styles. So I'm assuming there isn't a bathroom here? I asked, looking around at the deserted area as Mineta ran around, exclaiming he had to pee. The Pussycats were a hero group of 4, but currently, only 2 were here along with a kid. Say hello, everyone, Aizawa said. Hello, nice to meet you, the class replied. Mandalay smiled and pointed over the cliff. We own all this land here, and the camp you're staying at is over there, she said, gesturing toward a dense thicket of trees. Why did we stop up here then? Uraraka asked, glancing between Aizawa and Mandalay. You know why, I said. Everyone started to get nervous. I think I left something on the bus, Ciro said, slowly backing away. It's currently 9:30 a.m. If you guys are fast, you could make it there by noon, Mandalay smiled. Save yourselves. Kirishima yelled as the class bolted toward the bus. I stayed where I was, watching as they ran. It was no use trying to escape with Pixie Bob's quirk. The ground shook, and the class got caught in her avalanche. I used my telekinesis to keep myself in the air as the rest of the class fell. I like this one, Pixie Bob said as she, Mandalay, and Aizawa stared at me. Aizawa sighed as his hair began to levitate. Oh no, he muttered. Ah, there you are, Midoriya, Ida said, helping me up. What happened to you? He asked as I brushed dirt off my shirt. Aizawa erased my quirk, I muttered, pulling a twig out of my hair. When he erased it, I had fallen, but at the last moment, I used my telekinesis to redirect myself into a tree to soften my fall. So what do we do now? Kaminari asked. Kirishima shrugged. Find the camp, I suppose. There's nothing else to do. A high-pitched scream came from behind us. I turned to see Mineta in front of a massive earth creature. I hate Pixie Bob's quirk, I said, grabbing Mineta with my telekinesis. We're all gonna die. Kaminari and Ciro screamed. Kuda started trying to use his quirk on the monster. I admired his efforts, but this wasn't an animal. I released my hold on Mineta, and he fell to the ground. How about some warning next time, Midoriya? He yelled. I glanced at the class. They should be able to handle this, right? I was tired from staying up late last night and wasn't in the mood for this right now. Was that selfish? Maybe. But it's not like this is going to harm them. Pixie Bob has full control over it. It's just an obstacle. While everyone else is focused on the monster, I quietly slip away and start heading toward the camp. I encountered some trouble along the way. A few other monsters were lurking in the woods. I took care of them as a way to apologize to the class for leaving them behind. You're early, Mandalay says as I walk into camp, glancing behind me. Where's everyone else? I shrug. I work better alone. You left them? She asks, surprised. As an apology, I dealt with the rest of those monsters for them. They're just slow at this point, I explain. Todoroki's POV. Hey, where's Midoriya? Kirishima asks as we walk through the woods. Everyone stops and looks around. That monster must have gotten him. Mineta screams. No, the pro heroes have control of the monsters. There's no way they'd let a student get harmed, Ida insists. Isn't it obvious? That guy left us, Bakugo says. Why would he do that? Uraraka wonders. Probably because we slow him down, I reply. The class falls silent. But he wouldn't do that. Right. Kaminari says uncertainly. Bakugo lets out a dry laugh. Of course he would. I bet anything he's already at the camp. Everyone remains quiet for the rest of the walk there. Welcome, everyone. You guys were quicker than we expected, Mandalay says as we enter the clearing. Yeah, whatever. Where is he? Bakugo asks, looking around. Where is who? Mandalay questions. Bakugo rolls his eyes. You know exactly who. Bakugo, don't swear at a pro hero. Ida lectures, then apologizes to Mandalay. Bakugo just rolls his eyes again in response. If Midoriya isn't here, then where is he? Uraraka asks. Oh, you were talking about Midoriya. Yeah, he got here ages ago, Mandalay says. That guy. Bakugo mumbles. You should be thanking him. Without him taking out all those monsters for you, it would have taken you all another hour or two to get here, Mr. Aizawa says, walking toward us. Wait, Midoriya took out all of those monsters? Denki asks. Yeah, he said it was his way of apologizing for leaving you all. He's sleeping at the moment, but why don't you all come in and we'll get dinner ready? Mandalay explains. Food! The class screams as they all rush inside. Midoriya took out all of those creatures and still managed to get here before us? The guy's incredible. Midoriya's POV. Get up, a voice says, shoving me off the couch and onto the ground. I rub the sleep from my eyes and groan. Why'd you have to push me off the couch? Same reason you felt like ditching the class, Katsuki grumbles. I roll my eyes and try to get back on the couch. Not my fault you guys are slow, I mumble. And just like that, I'm back on the floor. Those extras are slow, but you don't see me running off to play hero, Katsuki says, not exactly yelling but not calm either. I laugh dryly. Isn't that why we're here? To play hero. Katsuki stares at me for a solid minute before sighing and walking off. How strange. And to think I went through all that effort to make it up to him. I'm just going to act like I haven't been gone for 2 months and continue on. Midoriya's POV. Ugh, it's too early for this. Can't we have a few more minutes? I'm going back to sleep. The next generation of heroes is here, folks. I'm not getting up either. I just stare at the ceiling, wishing I could go back to the days when I woke up past noon and stayed up until dawn instead of being forced awake at 4:30 in the morning. I glance over and see Katsuki already up and stretching. I roll my eyes. Katsuki has had the same night routine for the past 10 years. Go to bed by 8 latest 8:30 and wake up at an ungodly hour in the morning. A few minutes later, I hear him grumbling about brushing his teeth. I can't deal with him right now, or anything at the moment. I roll onto my side and attempt to go back to sleep. Guys, we shouldn't do this. The guy slept in, this is what he gets. Mr. Aizawa, you're not going to let him do it, are you? I'll give an extra hour of sleep to whoever gets this on camera, a tired voice replies. With those few words, there's an uproar of excitement. Shut up. You'll wake him. Things quiet down with occasional giggles here and there. I keep my eyes closed and ignore whatever's happening. The giggles grow more frequent, and I hear footsteps approaching me. A drop of water falls onto my nose. Dang, that bucket is almost overflowing, Bakugu. Water? Bucket? Katsuki, oh no. I open one eye just in time to see Katsuki standing over me with a large bucket full of water, ready to dump it on me. I use my telekinesis to make Katsuki lift the bucket behind him, causing the water to splash onto everyone behind him, including himself. I sit up and face them. Morning, I say, pretending not to notice that everyone is soaked. Katsuki's face is red, and the class stands behind him, drenched, while Aizawa glares at me. Do you have any idea what time it is, Midoriya? Aizawa asks through gritted teeth. I glance at the clock in the room. It's 6:30. And do you recall what time you were supposed to be up by? I believe that was 4:30, sir. He stares at me. Get up now. I get up, stretch and smile at the class. Did I miss anything? Todoroki's POV. Midoriya walks away toward the bathroom. I'm going to get him, Bakugu grumbles. Man, now I have to change again, Kaminari sighs. A few others nod in sad agreement and head toward their bags to grab a different pair of clothes. I can't believe Midoriya was able to pull that trick at the last minute, Kirishima says as he puts on a new shirt. You should see the video I got of it. Midoriya doesn't even flinch, Siro says, holding his phone out. Why the class thought it was a good idea to prank Midoriya, I don't know. But they shouldn't be this surprised that it didn't work. Midoriya walks out a few minutes later in sweatpants and a shirt that says T-shirt on it. So what did I miss, Todoroki? He asks as he pulls a pair of shoes from his bag. I think back to 2 hours earlier when all you could hear was the sound of students screaming during training camp. Nothing much, a little disappointing actually, I say with a shrug. He gives me a look and then nods. Exactly what I want to hear. Ida's pretty upset that you slept in, I add. Midoriya barks a laugh. When is Prez not upset with something I do? Break time's over, back outside everyone, Mr. Aizawa says. Midoriya follows me outside, and we all walk off to our areas to continue our quirk training. You're a pain, Todoroki, Midoriya grumbles once training is over. I smirk a little at him as I watch him walk away, mumbling. Like the rest of the class, I didn't like that Midoriya got to sleep in. Has anyone seen Koda? Mandalay calls out as she looks around. After another day of training, we were told we had to make our own food instead of it being prepared for us. The class is too busy arguing over how to start a fire to hear Mandalay's concern about the kid who's gone missing. I can look for him, Mandalay, I say, walking over to her. Oh, thank you, Midoriya. If you don't mind fetching him, that would be great, she says, smiling. I nod, and she points me in the direction of one of the mountains. He likes to hide up there to get some alone time. I usually let him be, but it's starting to get late and he hasn't eaten yet. I nod again and start heading in the direction she pointed. Based on what I've seen, Koda doesn't like the class. He glares at everyone, mutters under his breath, and shows little interest in any talk about quirks or heroes. Honestly, for a kid his age, I find his lack of interest a bit strange. The more I think about it, the more connections I start to make. Mandalay, or Sosaki, is related to the pro-hero duo known as the Waterhose Heroes, who both died protecting citizens from an A-rank villain. I remember hearing about their deaths a few years ago and that it was mentioned in one of the news reports that they had a child. They never gave out details on him other than that he was safe and with other family. I could be wrong about Koda's parents being the Waterhose Heroes, but I doubt it. It would explain a lot about his attitude toward the class and Mandalay. The Waterhose Heroes received praise for their bravery and selflessness, even if it ultimately cost them their lives. I start walking up the mountain when I notice small footprints. I follow them until they stop at a flat area, and there stands Koda, looking down at the camp. Geez, I don't know how you and your tiny legs made it up here so fast, but it's impressive, I say. He jumps up and glares at me. How'd you find me? I just followed some footprints I saw. I shrug, leaving out the part where Mandalay told me where to go. Whatever, go away, he replies. It's a bit late to be out here, you know, I say, ignoring him. Go away. It's bad enough you and those wannabe heroes are here, and now you're getting all nosy, he shouts. Mandalay wants you to come down to the camp for dinner. He continues to glare at me as I stand a few feet away from him. The Waterhose Heroes, I say. His eyes widen before he scowls. Mandalay told you, didn't she? Mandalay didn't tell me anything, but I'm assuming they're your parents, I say. Shut up, he snaps, turning back to look at the camp. If you have nothing else to say, then go away, he repeats. I sigh. If you get hungry, they're making curry down at the camp. I turn and start to walk away. I hate you, and your stupid quirk. All those wannabe heroes down there training for a silly dream. Teroville, who cares? You're all just going to end up hurting each other anyway, and it's disgusting, Koda calls out. I stop walking and face him. You know something, kid? You're right. And it's sad that a kid your age has figured out how messed up this world is, but you're just going to have to accept it. With the power our society has, there are bound to be villains and bad people. But with that, there are also people who will put their lives on the line to try and stop it. I know losing your parents was unfair, and you have every right to be upset with the world. But isolating yourself will only hurt you more. Koda doesn't say anything and just looks down. I better hear that you came back at a decent hour, I say, turning to head back to the camp. Where did you go? Todoroki asks when I get back to the camp. Mandalay wanted me to find Koda, so I went out to try and convince him to come back. Did it work? No, the kid doesn't want anything to do with us, so he's trying to keep his distance. Well, he'll have to come down eventually. Mr. Aizawa said that we were doing some exercise later, so be ready for that. Ugh, more training? Can't they give us a break? I complain, taking a seat at one of the picnic tables. I heard it's supposed to be a fun type of exercise, Todoroki says, sitting across from me. Well, whatever it is, it's taking up the hours I could be sleeping. Now that everyone is done eating, it's time to start the activity. Yay! A test of courage. Mina yells. Aizawa sighs. The kids in the extra lessons group will have to come with me now for more training. Let's go. He ends up having to guide Mina, Denki, Siro, Kirishima, and sat back to the camp while the rest of us watched them leave. The PP cats then start to explain the rules of the game. It's like a scary maze, with Class 1B providing the scares while Class 1A navigates through, trying not to panic. Eventually, the classes will switch once all of Class 1A has gone through the maze. The class gets split into teams of 2, but because of the odd number of students, one person will end up alone. That person happens to be me. I feel annoyed until I see the look on Bakuga's face when he gets paired with Todoroki. Group 5, you can head in now. The past few minutes have been filled with waiting, accompanied by the occasional scream, which is starting to get annoying. I glance toward the trees and notice black smoke and the smell of something burning. Does someone in Class 1B have a fire quirk? I ask, trying to recall everyone from the sports festival. The only fire quirks I remember belong to me and Todoroki. There's no way Todoroki would get scared enough to accidentally activate his quirk, and I'm not even in the woods yet. Hey! What? Pishibob yells before being pulled toward two figures. No way. They said they would make sure this wouldn't happen. Why are there villains here? Mineta cries. I look around and notice one person missing. Oh no, I say. I turn to Mandalay and Tiger. Can you handle these two? Midoriya, what are you? Look, Koda's not here, and if you can hold your own against these guys, then I'm going to go get him, I say. Mandalay shakes her head. We can't let you leave, Midoriya. Did I ask for your permission to leave? No, I didn't. If you need help, I'll stay, but if you're fine, I'm going to get the kids stuck on a cliff while there are villains running around. I know this is stressful, but you can't talk to us that way, Tiger starts. Stressful? This isn't the issue. The thing stressing me out is that this conversation is still happening, I say before turning around and running toward Koda's hideout. Am I Midoriya? Mandalay yells as I take off running. Don't worry about Midoriya, Mandalay. He knows what he's doing. Though I do apologize on his behalf for the way he spoke to you, that wasn't very heroic, Ida says. Knows what he's doing? He's a reckless teen running off into danger, I say. Yeah, well, he's had his fair share of danger. Trust us on this, Mandalay, he can handle himself, Ojiro adds. Reluctantly, I nod and turn to the villains with Pishibob. They both smile, one a lizard with a bandana and weapons on his back, and the other with Pishibob under a pole-like weapon. The lizard grins wider. We are the League of Villains, he yells. I turn to the rest of the students. I'm going to broadcast instructions to your classmates. In the meantime, go now and do not engage in battle. Class rep, you're in charge. I yell. They nod and run back to the camp. How does round 2 sound, Deku? Not gonna lie, it sounds kind of terrible if you ask me. I think we should stop here and continue where we left off in a few years, I say. The villain ignores me. I've been playing around, but those last few hits really ticked me off, Deku. This whole fight has been annoying me. I think I'm done playing around, Deku. I think I hit you too hard. He scowls and charges toward me faster than before. I lift myself and Koda up before he can hit us. He's faster now, I mumble. I glance toward the camp. I could make a run for it with Koda now that we're out of his reach. Aizawa is there, and he could neutralize this guy so I can actually fight back. No, I can't do that. This guy has been talking about a list since I got here. Other people must be on it. If I lead him to Aizawa, he might see someone else the villains want. Tears well up in my eyes from overwhelming frustration. The only way I can see myself beating this guy is if I had Mirio's power with One for All and just knocked him out. Oh, so you want to play cowardly, huh, Deku? I thought you were braver than that. I thought you were Japan's savior. The villain laughs from below. He powers up his quirk again and jumps toward me and Koda. I quickly drop Koda out of the way and take the hit. I crash into the ground, feeling the wind knocked out of me. Stop it, Midoriya. Let's just get out of here. Clearly, nothing you're doing is working. Koda cries. I flip him off while trying to catch my breath. I don't care if he's a kid. He's the main reason I'm in this mess. I stand back up and position myself in front of Koda so the villain can't see him. I need a plan and I need it now. Sparks fly around my body as I lift the villain off the ground and raise him as high as I can into the air. Forget dropping boulders. I'm dropping him now. I release him and watch as he falls, hearing him laugh as he lands, breaking the ground. He grins at me without a scratch on him. He starts running toward me. Koda, you better run this time, or I swear I'll throw you out of here myself. I yell. I hate this guy's quirk. It's like All Might's, but you can actually see his muscles, and it's unsettling. He runs toward me and with my telekinesis, I push him back. He continues to fight against my power to get closer to me. My head is pounding so hard I can barely think. After years of strengthening my quirks and building up a tolerance to my drawbacks, I've now reached my limit. This is as far as my quirks can go. My throat burns as I blast fire toward the villain while holding him back with my telekinesis. I aim for his arms, where his muscles are on full display. Maybe he's like the Nomo from the USJ, where if I just hold out long enough, he'll pass out or something. After a minute, the burning in my throat becomes unbearable, and I have to stop my attacks. Black smoke starts coming out of my nose and the corners of my mouth. The villain seizes the moment to break free from my telekinetic grip and shoves me to the ground. I eventually stop trying to dodge his attacks and brace myself for impact. I can't do this anymore. You know how they say your life flashes before your eyes in your final moments? I've never seen anything so beautiful. I took my life for granted. I took the people in my life for granted. I thought I could handle this. I thought I was practically unstoppable. I truly believed I could help the people in this world. I believed I could one day live up to the title of Japan's savior. Mom, sorry. Koda. Wait, why isn't Midoriya moving anymore? I activate my quirk and hit the villain with a surge of water. Stop it. Leave him alone. I scream. Wait it. Just a little longer, alright? I'll deal with you once I'm finished with him. The villain laughs menacingly. The ground begins to tremble, and the villain is lifted off the ground. Darn, I got distracted for a second, the villain mutters. As if I'd ever let you touch him after everything you've put me through, a scratchy voice retorts. What the how are you stronger now? The villain yells as he is lifted away from Midoriya. Midoriya emerges from the rubble around him, slowly standing up, surrounded by huge green sparks that make him appear to glow. You were right. A round 2 was just what I needed to finish this, Midoriya gasps. In an instant, the villain is sent crashing into the cave walls, and the impact causes debris to fall on top of him. Koda, it's true that while saving people, your parents ended up leaving you behind. I know you don't understand it now, but someday you'll meet someone who will help you see. Someone who will risk their life to save yours, someone who will be my hero. I don't look at him. Don't think I didn't see who you chose for your internship. I'm not oblivious, Ida. Don't be foolish, Prez. I understand you want to avenge your brother. But let's face it, there's nothing you can do, he continues. He's paralyzed from the waist down. He can't be a hero anymore, I whisper. He remains silent. And it's all his fault, I say. Yeah, but it's not your responsibility to teach him a lesson, Prez. Trust me when I say he will face justice. Just not at the hands of a 16-year-old, he replies. I force a laugh. As class president, I shouldn't be acting this way. Thank you, Midoriya, you're right, I say as I walk away. Oh, Midoriya, shouldn't you be heading to your train? I ask as he approaches me. Meh, I was planning to walk there, he shrugs. What? Never mind that. I just wanted to remind you not to do anything reckless, he says. Thanks. I reply. You're welcome. We're friends, aren't we, Prez? You can talk to me, you know. Yes, we are friends, Midoriya, and I'll keep that in mind. I smile and wave before heading toward the train. Midoriya is my friend. I may not agree with some of his choices and words, but I do care about him. It's clear he cares about me too. They're both right. I shouldn't be seeking revenge. I'm sorry, I say, looking down. No need to apologize, kid. I understand where you're coming from, Manuel says. Thank you for telling me about Midoriya. No problem. Now, let's continue patrolling. I know revenge isn't the answer, but what else am I supposed to do with this anger?